Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. How are you doing today? We're going to start with a new book. We're going to learn a lot of good lessons in the new book. We're looking at Level D. Yay! Okay, so as you know, you've probably studied with me already. We've talked about Reading for Vocabulary Level A, right? Remember that? Then we went on to Level B. Then we went to Level C. So we've completed these 3 books already. Now we're going to learn the lessons from Reading for Vocabulary Level D. Yay! Okay, after that, we can continue our studying with RV plus Level A. So you can see our progression is going up, right? I hope that your reading skill and that your English skill is improving like this. Okay, well, let's get started. I hope to see you in Level D soon. Hello, are you ready to begin with Level D in Reading for Vocabulary? This book has many different subjects that we are going to study. For example, we will study science. We'll learn some subjects or we'll learn some topics about science. We'll also take a look at social studies, right? Looking around the world and society. We'll also take a look at health, right? What's healthy for you? We'll also take a look at fine arts because that's an important part of our lives, isn't it? And of course, math. I'm sorry, but we should also take a look at math too. Math can be exciting, right? And hopefully we can study it in an exciting way. Also, we'll take a look at entertainment. I know that you are excited about that, aren't you? Okay, well, these are the subjects that we will cover in Level D, Reading for Vocabulary. Hey kids, how are you doing? It's nice to see you again. My name is Brian Staurt and we are here to study from Reading for Vocabulary. We're starting in Level D on Unit 1. And our subject is architecture. That's a little bit of a difficult word, isn't it? Architecture. Architecture. Our Lesson 1, the title is A Dream Job. So when we think about that, what we're going to focus on is what do you want to do in the future? Have you thought about that? Let's think about the job architect. Architect. Okay? So that's what we're going to study in this lesson. Let's begin. Of course, there are many different jobs. Look at all these jobs. Can you find the different names of the jobs? We don't have time to go over all of them, but we can just quickly, we can see there's a doctor, all right, maybe there's a lawyer over here, there's an electrician over here. There are many different kinds of jobs. When you think about your future, what kind of job do you want? Well, we're going to talk about one exciting job in this lesson, okay? But let's talk about a few vocabulary words first. As you can see here, a quick basic drawing. Can you draw something like this? Are you a talented artist? If you can draw like this, you can make a sketch. This is a sketch. It's a quick basic drawing. Now, this doesn't look too basic. This looks a little complicated, but a quick drawing of something like your house, a building, your school, that's a sketch. Okay, let's move on. This next word is to decide how something will look or work. When people sit down and they start to think about how to draw something, what are they doing, right? We can say that that is design. Design. We can use it as a verb or as a noun. What is the design of the building? Or he is going to design the building. So we can use it as a verb or a noun. A plan for making something. So this looks very complicated. This is not a sketch. This is a very detailed drawing, but it's a plan for making something. We call it a blueprint. Why is it blue? Because the paper that they draw on has a blue color, and it's very technical. It's very detailed drawings of something. We say it's a blueprint. A blueprint, very technical or detailed drawing of a building. Okay, next one. Do you have a knife like that? It's a Swiss Army knife, right? What something is used for. What is something used for? We can say, what is its function? If we look at this knife, there are many different parts, right? This has a different function from this. This knife, its function is just to cut. This pliers, its function is to hold something very tightly, right? So many things have different functions. What is the function of this tool? Okay, let's move on. Oh, warning, you shouldn't smoke. Of course you don't now. Don't smoke in the future, right? A rule or law, no smoking. We see signs like this many different places, right? No smoking. 주차 금지, right? No parking, right? So we can say that's a regulation. So we can call it a rule, a law, or regulation. That's a 힘들어 word, right? Regulation, regulation. Okay, let's move on. Someone who works with the law. Okay, as you know, we were talking about jobs before. I pointed out somebody, right? That was a lawyer, right? He was on the side over there. A lawyer is someone who argues for or against a position in a court of law. So they are called a lawyer. There's somebody who argues for something. There's someone who argues against something. There's two lawyers usually in a courtroom, at least two. Okay, next one. Whoa, what kind of crazy guy is that? He's got 4 arms. Okay, the state of being focused and working hard. He doesn't really have 4 arms. He's just really busy. It looks like he has 4 arms. Whew, it's a monster, right? Okay. Next, this word is dedication. If somebody is so focused on their work, they have a lot of focus. And sometimes when you do your homework, you're like this, right? You're very focused on your homework. You want to do a good job. You have a lot of dedication, okay? That's like 열심, but also energy and hard work. It's dedication. Okay, next one. Something that could happen. Okay, something that could happen. This is a little bit of a dangerous position, right? Possibility. It's possible that she could fall off. This is not a good idea. Okay, so it's a possibility, something that could happen. But also, maybe she's reading about interesting stories, and she's thinking, is it possible that this could happen? Maybe there's a knight that she's thinking about. Oh, there's a knight in shining armor. It's possible that one day I could meet that person, right? So it's a possibility. What's possible in the future? The next word. Have you been to one of these? Do you like baseball? Do you like soccer? If you go to a sports game, you will go to a large open building where people watch sports. I hope you have the opportunity to go to a place like this. What is this? What kind of building is it? It's called a sports stadium. So we use 2 words, sports stadium. Okay, so if you go there, you can watch your favorite baseball team or your favorite soccer team. Okay. Wow, this looks like it's in Australia, right? The road is very straight and doesn't curve, and it's very long. We can see really far. Having no end. If something has no end, there's no end. We say it's endless because this, I'll do that right there. This part of the word, when you see that less, it means it doesn't have one. Endless. There's no end. Okay? Endless. The next one. A sudden dangerous situation. Okay, of course this is an ambulance. Looks like somebody is hurt. What do we call that situation? We say it's an emergency. It is an emergency. Emergency. We can also use emergency as an adjective. It's an emergency vehicle. It's an emergency worker. This is emergency services. So emergency can be a noun, it is an emergency, or it can be an adjective. It is emergency services. Okay, let's move on. To do the same as. Of course, this is Mama Duck, and she has her baby ducks behind her. What do baby ducks? All birds, right, really do this. When Mama Duck is walking along, all the little birds, what do? They follow Mama Duck, right? To follow. If you do the same thing as somebody else, you are following them. To follow. Okay, next one. Maybe. Okay, put together in a smart and simple way. So this person is putting together kind of a complicated diagram, but he's thinking about how he puts it together. So he's thinking about it in a smart way, and he's trying to make it simple. So what can we call that? We say that's organized. Organized is an adjective. These plans are very organized, right? We can also call people organized. Maybe you know somebody in school who is organized. They have all their books in the right place, all their pens in the other place. They're very neat. They're very organized. Okay, next. Someone who designs buildings and machines. So this is a type of job. This person is designing maybe a building or a machine. What do we call that person? We say that that person is an engineer. Engineer. So that person is an engineer. Next one is working hard and completing a lot of work. If you work really hard and you get a lot of work done, what can we say? We can say you are productive. Productive. You're productive. Are you productive? At night, do you do all your homework really quickly or do you play games? Okay, if you play games, you are not productive. But if you study hard and you get your work done, then you are productive. Okay. Next one is sad and having no energy. This person is happy. She has a lot of energy, but these people are not. They're sad. What's going on? They are depressed, right? They're sad about something. If something happens and it makes you sad or it makes you feel not very good, we can say that you are depressed. I hope that you don't get depressed. If you do get depressed, just think about the happy side. Just think tomorrow is a new day. Something good will happen. So hopefully we aren't depressed very long. Okay. Now, let's begin with the exercises, okay? How well do you remember the words we just learned? Let's go over them. In this exercise, we need to choose the word that best completes the sentence. Our word choices are here, and we need to fill the blank with these word choices. So, what is the sentence? The sentence, in this case, number 1, do you think you could beep our poster for art class? So, what we're thinking about here is you're going to be able to do something. Can you beep our poster for art class? We need a verb. Some of these are verbs, but some of them are nouns. But we need a verb here because we want to do something to our poster for art class. What will you do? If you are a creative person, maybe somebody wants you to create or make an art poster, a poster for art class. So which word is similar to make or create? A, listen. That doesn't make sense. You want to listen to a poster? That doesn't make sense. B, function. Function's a noun. It doesn't make sense here. Design. Design has the same meaning as make or create. That's our answer, right? Blueprint, as I said before, that's a noun, right? So you don't blueprint a poster, you design a poster. So that's the answer. Do you think you could design our poster for art class? Okay, that's the answer there. How about number 2? The question is, or the sentence is, I looked at your beep of the whale. It's really good for a new artist. So somebody did something, right? They made something that shows a whale. If you draw something or you make something, a picture, right, of an object, we can say that that is a picture or a drawing. Or what is similar to drawing here? We have a blueprint. Do you make a blueprint of a whale? No, because blueprint is for buildings, right? You don't make a blueprint of an animal. That's kind of weird. You make a blueprint of a building if you're an architect or somebody who designs buildings. B, sketch. We talked about this before. A sketch is a basic drawing. So if you very quickly draw a picture of a whale, that is a sketch, and that's the answer, B. What are the other ones? C, site. Site is just a location, right? Site is like a place. That doesn't fit here. A place of the whale? That doesn't make sense. I looked at your emergency of the whale. That doesn't make sense at all, right? So the only one that makes sense is sketch. I looked at your sketch of the whale. It's really good for a new artist. That's our answer there. Let's move on to number 3. The question for number 3 is the beep of the skull is to protect the brain. So remember when we talked about that Swiss Army knife that had many different tools, and we talked about what is the use of each of those tools? Everything has a use, or what? Let's take a look here. A, blueprint. The skull, of course, is the bone in your head, right? It's the hard bone. What does it do, right? Do we talk about the blueprint of the skull is to protect the brain? That doesn't make sense. Do we talk about the location of the skull? That doesn't make sense either. Do we talk about the sketch of the skull? We're not talking about a drawing of somebody's head. We're talking about the use or the function. What is its use? You have a skull. It's a hard bone in your head. You can feel it right now if you want to with me, right? It's pretty hard. What does it do? It protects your brain. Your brain is inside your skull. It needs protection. So the skull's function is to protect the brain. So the function of the skull is to protect the brain. That's the function. Okay, number 4. Your son broke the law. Oh, no! That's terrible. Okay? You need a beep. Okay, so if somebody breaks the law, right, that person goes to court. And what do we find in court? Remember, there's 2 people, one for and one against, right? What type of person do you need to help your son? Do you need an engineer? No, an engineer makes buildings and machines, right? So that's not appropriate. We need a lawyer. Remember we talked about lawyer. Lawyers are the people in court, one for and one against. One is for the client, one is against the client or the person who broke the law. So we need a lawyer. I hope not, but if our son breaks the law, then we need a lawyer. C is artist and D is architect, right? An artist just draws pictures. We don't need them. They can't help us. An architect designs buildings, so they can't help us. We need a lawyer. Okay. So that's the answer there. Your son broke the law. You need a lawyer. Okay, let's continue from number 5. There are many beep to follow when you drive a car. Now, of course, you don't drive a car, but if your mom or dad is driving a car and you're riding, remember, look at the signs on the side of the road. It says speed limit, don't go too fast. It says you can't turn this way. Those are rules or laws of the road. What is another word that means rule or law? Let's take a look. Well, A is regulations. That's our answer there, regulations. So the answer is there are many regulations to follow when you drive a car. Not sketches, not emergencies, and sports stadiums. That doesn't make any sense. The best answer is regulations. There are many regulations to follow when you drive a car. 6, if Jim had more beep, he would do better in school. What does Jim need to do better in school? What do you need to do better in school? Does Jim need more anger? No, don't be angry, Jim. Don't take that to school, right? Get rid of it. Does he need depression? No, I hope Jim is not depressed, right? If he's sad, he won't do well in school. Does Jim need more anxiety? Anxiety means worry. Now, maybe if Jim worried more, he would do better in school. That's possible, but a better answer is dedication, right? So the better answer is dedication. Dedication means enthusiasm, yulshim, right? He needs energy. He needs dedication. He needs to focus on his work. If he had more dedication, he would do better in school. I hope you have dedication too, right? Okay, let's move on to it's dedication, of course. If Jim had more dedication, he would do better in school. Let's move on to number 7. There is a beep that it will rain tomorrow. So when we're talking about tomorrow, there are many things that could happen tomorrow. Rain is one of those things that it could happen. So when we talk about things that could happen, we are talking about what? Are we talking about a site? No, remember, site is a location, a place. So it's not site. Is it possibility? Yes. Possibility means something could happen. There is a possibility. It is possible. I just used that word in a different way. You can do that. It is possible. Okay? So this word, you can use it in different ways. We say there is a possibility, that's noun. It is possible, that's adjective, right? So we use it in different ways, and these are very common ways to use that word. Okay, so there is a possibility that it will rain tomorrow. Okay, number 8. The beep for the new school is almost finished. I'll send it to you when I'm done. This second sentence is important. Why? Because we're talking about something for the new school. Before a school is built, you have to draw the design of that school. What are we looking at? We're looking at the function for the new school. That doesn't make sense. The site, that could be. The site for the new school is almost finished. The location, right? Maybe they paved the ground. But the next sentence, I'll send it to you? How are you going to send a huge piece of ground to somebody? That doesn't make sense. Next word is blueprint. The blueprint, the drawings. You can send drawings, that's no problem. So blueprint is right. The blueprint, the design, the plans for the new school, the blueprint is almost finished. I'll send it to you, no problem. Not the sports stadium. Again, you can't send a sports stadium in the mail. They won't take it. Okay, but the best answer, of course, is blueprint. The blueprint for the new school is almost finished. I'll send it to you when I'm done. Okay, well, that wraps up the vocabulary section of this unit. Let's take a short break. We'll come back and look at the reading. Hello everyone, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. I'm Brian Staurt. It's good to see you again. We're on Lesson 2 in Level D of Reading for Vocabulary. Do you remember in Lesson 1 we talked about a cool job? That's being an architect. Well, in Lesson 2, let's take a look at some amazing architecture. We're going to learn about famous architecture in the world. We can think of famous buildings or structures that were built in history and that we remember. Do you know some of them? Let's go through some of the wonders of the world, famous buildings and structures. For example, do you know this one? You probably do. If you've ever read about Egypt, especially ancient Egypt, you will know what these structures are. There's actually two. The first one here is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza. Giza is a place in Egypt where there are many pyramids. And these, of course, are tombs where the dead kings or pharaohs of the Egyptians were put into these pyramids. And of course, the other famous structure is the Sphinx. The Sphinx, which is also very famous. Okay. The next one is, do you know this one? Of course, it's the Eiffel Tower. Eiffel Tower in Paris. France, whenever people think about France or think of pictures of France, and especially Paris, we usually think of the Eiffel Tower. It's a landmark. A landmark. Most of these buildings, the pyramids, the Sphinx, the Eiffel Tower, these are landmarks. In Seoul, what is a famous landmark? Of course, Namsan Tower, or now they call it Seoul Tower, right? So that is a famous landmark. You see it, you say, oh, I know where I am, and I know that this is famous for being in this city. So the Eiffel Tower is a famous landmark in Paris. Also, a very famous landmark in China, many people think about it, is the Great Wall, built a long, long time ago, hundreds of years ago, to keep the barbarians of the north out of China, the Great Wall of China, one of the biggest, most impressive pieces of architecture in the world. You can see it from space. Wow. Okay. The next one, the south facade of the White House. So, in other words, if you look at the White House, if you think of Washington, D.C., the U.S. government, especially the president, then we instantly recognize this image because of the building. It's a unique style of building. And this, of course, is the south side. Facade is the south side of a building. And that's the front entrance, basically. Okay. Next. Machu Picchu. Have you heard of Machu Picchu? That name sounds kind of funny, right? That name sounds kind of cool. This is a very mysterious city. It's not just one building. It was a whole city built out of stone. All the people disappeared hundreds of years ago. We're still, archaeologists, scientists are still trying to figure out who were they? Why did they leave? What happened? We still don't know. It's very mysterious. And of course, this is in South America. It's Machu Picchu on the top of a high mountain. Okay. The last one here is the Taj Mahal in India. Maybe you've heard of this. This is a very famous symbol for love because a prince built this huge building because of his love for his lover, the woman that he loved. So he built this very beautiful building, and it still stands today, and it's a very big tourist attraction, and it's a symbol of love. The Taj Mahal in India. Okay, those are some examples of famous architecture in the world. Many of them are famous. I'm sure you've probably heard of them before. But let's take a look now at the vocabulary we're going to need in order to read the passage. The first word that we're going to talk about here is defined as a structure. A structure, some type of building, could be small, could be big. A structure we put dead people in. Sounds kind of funny. We put dead people in it. But of course, when somebody dies, you know, there's the question of what to do with the person's body after they've died, right? In some cases, they put them under the ground. They bury them underground. That would be a grave. Some people, they don't want their body to be put in the ground. They would want to be burned, right, by fire, and that's cremate, to cremate. This is a great subject, huh? Very exciting subject. But anyway, graves, cremate. But this is another way, another type of putting the dead body, and this is called a tomb. A tomb is usually above ground. It's a small building like this. It might have a door or it might not have a door, but sometimes it has a door. You go in and there are spaces for the different bodies. Usually a family, like an important or rich family, will have a tomb, and they put their the coffins, the bodies in different spaces on the wall, and the relatives or the descendants can go and visit the ancestors. Okay, that's a tomb. Okay, next word is something we store things in. Of course, you probably have many of these. Your mom has many of these in the refrigerator. She keeps food in them. You store something in them. They're called containers. And nowadays, many containers are made of plastic. Of course, containers can be made of metal, of wood, of all sorts of different materials. But most containers today are made of plastic. And we keep things in those containers. The next word is to pull over the ground. Now, they're just playing, but sometimes if you see a mom, the little boy or girl, they don't want to go, and mom's like pulling them along the ground. What's going on? She's dragging the kid on the ground, right? So it's kind of funny. To pull over the ground. Of course, they're just playing. Pipes that carry water and other liquids. So in a house, there are many pipes that carry hot water, that carry cold water. In a factory, pipes will carry lots of different types of liquids. What do we call those? We call that system of pipes plumbing. So really, it's not just the pipes, it's the system of pipes. If you think about your house, okay? If you think about your house, you have a kitchen sink, right? You have a toilet. Those are all different pipes. for water coming in and water coming out. If there's a problem, you say, we have a problem with the plumbing. You need to call somebody over, a plumber, to fix it. Okay, next one. Whoa, this guy's rich. Right? He's like Mr. Scrooge, but he has a lot of money. Having a lot of money, don't call him Scrooge. We can say he's rich, right? Scrooge is a specific meaning. It means somebody who doesn't like to spend money. But not all rich people are Scrooges. Some rich people like to spend their money, right? But just if you have a lot of money, you are rich, okay? But we can be rich in other things too. You can be rich in love. You can be rich in knowledge, right? So you can be rich in a lot of different things. Okay, next one. To make someone or something do what you want. It's like a puppet master, okay? A puppet is a little doll that you can control by strings. These would be the puppets, and he's the puppet master. But this word that we're looking for, the puppet master controls the puppets. He controls. If you make somebody or something do what you want, you are controlling a person or a thing. Okay? So that's to control. Now, something made of many parts. Of course, a building is made of many different parts. Many machines are made of different parts. Look at your computer. It has many different parts inside of it. It is a structure. Even a computer can be a type of structure. A building, of course, is obviously a type of structure. It is something that is made of many different parts. It has many parts to it. Made by people. This is very famous. I think it's near Qatar or near Abu Dhabi in the Middle East. It's very famous. I forgot exactly where this was. But they made the islands like this, and then they put houses on them. Wow, it's really cool. So made by people, but it's not natural. That's the point here. You're not sailing your boat and you go, oh, look, the island looks like a palm tree. It's not natural. It didn't happen by nature. It happened because it was man-made. People designed it. They thought about it, they designed it, and they made it. It's man-made. Our experience, our life on earth now, we are surrounded by man-made things. 3,000 years ago, most of the world was natural. There weren't many man-made things. But nowadays, there are many man-made things. Cities, resorts, buildings, everything in your house, man-made. Okay. A large triangle-shaped building. So we talked about this before, right? It's a triangle. It means it has 3 sides, right? A triangle. And it's shaped like a triangle. Of course, what did we call it? I'm not talking about this, right? I'm talking about this here. A large triangle-shaped building is a pyramid. And I talked about that, right? We said the pyramids of Giza. Right? Not the Sphinx. The Sphinx is separate. It's there. It's part of the architecture. But the pyramid is what we're talking about here. Triangle-shaped building. Now, to be around for a period of time. He looks so happy, doesn't he? Okay. So to be around for a period of time is to last. Right? He's thinking, how long is this lesson going to last? I hope you're not thinking that. I hope this is exciting. But he is not very excited about the lesson. He has a himdoro job, right? He has to teach this young boy, maybe math or something like that. But how long is it going to last? How long will it be around? Will it be around for 1 week, 1 month, 100 years? How long will something last? How long will it last? Okay, next one. A building where people practice religion. So, of course, many people in the world are religious, and there are different religions. There are different buildings. One of those buildings is called a church. People who are Christian go to a church. People who are Jewish go to a temple or synagogue. People who are Muslim, they go to a mosque. Okay? So there are many different buildings where people practice religion. This one, we can see it's Christian because of the cross, so we call it a church. But different religions will call their buildings different names. This is for the Christian religion. Okay. A set of steps built between 2 floors. So if you have steps like this built between 2 floors, what can we call it? We can call it stairs. And notice the S, because there are many of them, right? So we always talk about it in the plural, because of course you have to have many stairs, not just one. If you had only one, that wouldn't be stairs, right? You'd have to jump up there. Can you jump that high? You can't. So we need a series. We need many steps. We need many stairs to go from one floor to the next floor. Stairs. Next one. A passage built underground. Of course, in Korea, you can find many of those. In Seoul, there are many of these. You know, Korea has many mountains. And the roads have to go, straight. But there's a mountain. So you need to make what through the mountain? You need to make a tunnel. So you make a tunnel through the mountain so the road doesn't have to go up, and around, and it takes too long. Just go straight through the mountain and make a tunnel. Okay. A large machine that moves dirt or rock. Okay? What is this machine? We call it a bulldozer. But to tell you the truth, this isn't actually a bulldozer. I actually worked at a company where there were many machines like this when I was in America. We call this actually a front end loader. Front end loader. A bulldozer has a big blade on the front, and it can move up and down, but it doesn't scoop up dirt. A bulldozer pushes dirt. So a bulldozer is one of those machines you see that pushes dirt in front of it. This is a front end loader. It's used for scooping up dirt and putting it into a big truck. But a large machine that moves dirt or rock, that would be a bulldozer. It just pushes it out of the way. Okay. Something that makes us wonder. A lot of the things that we saw before, like the pyramids of Giza, the Eiffel Tower, the Taj Mahal, when we see those, we go, wow, that's amazing. How did people build that, right? It makes us imagine what people a long time ago, how they lived, how they could do those types of things. Maybe not so much for the Eiffel Tower, but for the pyramids, sure. And also for this one, this is Stonehenge in England. Something that makes us wonder, we can call it a marvel. It is a marvel, right? And that's where the word marvelous comes from, right? O-U-S, by the way, means full of. So if something is full of marvel, it is full of wonder, right? It is marvel. It is a marvel. That's noun. Adjective, it is marvelous. You look marvelous, okay? So for example. Okay, next one. To make objects by cutting wood or stone. So there are some types of artists that make works of art from wood or stone. What are they doing? They are carving. They carve the wood, they carve the stone to make beautiful, marvelous shapes. Okay, so they carve. You can carve soap. Be careful with the knife, right? Be careful. You can carve soap to make little statues, okay? But you can carve something to make a piece of art. Okay, now let's review the words we just learned. Let's see how well you remember that with an exercise. So let's take a look. Our instructions are here. Choose the word that best completes the sentence. So our words are here under each sentence, and we need to fill in the blank with one of these words. Number one, Johnny, and an exclamation mark. So I have to say, Johnny, don't beep your blanket in the dirt. Think about little Johnny. He has a blanket, right? The blanket should be clean, but what is he doing? He's doing something, maybe he's walking, and the blanket is in the dirt. What's happening? Don't control your blanket in the dirt. That doesn't make sense. Don't drag your blanket in the dirt. If you have a blanket, right, and you're not holding on to it like this, you just hold one end and the other end is on the ground and you're walking along, the blanket is dragging in the dirt and it's getting dirty. Mom doesn't like this. Don't do that, okay? So, don't drag your blanket in the dirt. Not don't run, that doesn't make sense. Don't cut your blanket in the dirt. Why would you cut your blanket? That doesn't make sense. The best answer is drag. Don't drag your blanket in the dirt. Mom doesn't like it. It gets very dirty. Okay, number two. We need a beep for the rest of the food. So imagine this, you're eating lunch, right? But you're full, pebula, right? I can't eat anymore, right? No more pebula. But there's food left. What are you going to do with it? You're going to throw it away? No, that's wasteful. You're going to store it and put it in the refrigerator. What do you put it in? We need something for the rest of the food. We need something to put the food in. What is it? A structure? A structure like a small building? No, we don't put it in a small building. Do we need a container? Yes, that's what we talked about. When I said container, I said your mom probably has many containers in the refrigerator. She keeps food in them. So we need a container for the rest of the food. Do we need a tomb? No, don't keep your food in a tomb. That's weird, okay? And church. Don't keep your food in a church. I mean, you might be able to eat food in a church, but that's kind of rude. Don't do that. They do eat one type of food in the church, but that's a long story. Anyway, so the best word is, of course, container. We need a container for the rest of the food. You need something to store your food in. That's a container. Okay, number 3. My uncle owns a jet airplane. Wow. The uncle he has a lot of money. If he has a jet airplane, he has a lot of money. What do we say? A person who has a lot of money, he is so what? He is so architect? Doesn't make sense. That's not correct grammar anyway. He is so man-made? That's just silly. His mom and his dad made him? No, we don't say that. He is so rich because he owns a jet airplane. Like I said, that costs a lot of money. He is so handsome. It doesn't matter if he's handsome or ugly. If he owns a plane, anybody can own a plane. It doesn't matter what they look like. What matters is how much money they have. You need a lot of money to own a jet airplane. So he is so rich. Number 4, this new car is hard to beep. It is too big. Of course you don't drive, but if you have a small car is easy to drive. You can turn it very quickly. But a big car, it takes more power. Now, when you're driving it, you have to steer it different places. You have to try to what? You have to understand your car? Oh, car, I understand you. No, we don't worry about that. It's a machine. We don't worry about understanding the car. We need to sit. It's hard to sit. You sit your car. Sit, car. No, that's strange. The car is just a machine. It's hard to control. Okay, that's the answer. Because a big car, right? You need a lot of power to turn it or to get it to go or to get it to stop. So that's the right answer. This new car is hard to control. It's too big. A big car is harder to control, not hard to look. So the answer is this car is hard to control. It is too big. Moving on, number 5, the toilet is broken. When we talked about this word, I talked about that. I said you have many pipes coming in your house and going out of your house. Your sink, your toilet. We need if the toilet is broken, if those pipes are broken, what do we call that system of pipes? If you remember, we called it plumbing. We need new plumbing. Not bulldozers, not containers, not churches. Plumbing. Plumbing is the system of pipes in your house that controls your sink, your toilet. That's about it. In your house. Your shower. Okay. 6. Rob built a big what out of wooden blocks? He built what? He built a big something. He used wooden blocks to build it. It's probably a structure because a structure is like a building. You don't build plumbing out of wooden blocks. Wood does not make for good plumbing, right? Because it doesn't hold water very well. It's very hard to shape wood. Built a big man-made, that's an adjective, not a noun. And dedication, that doesn't fit, that doesn't make sense. The best one, of course, is you build a structure. A structure, like I said, is a building. It could be a small building, it could be a large building. Okay? So he built a structure out of wooden blocks. Now, number 7. When my grandfather died, we built a what for his body? Remember we talked about that. That was our first word. When somebody dies, people think, well, what to do with the body? I talked about 3 different ways. Grave, cremate, or what was the last one? The last one was tomb. When my grandfather died, we built a tomb for his body. And that's actually the only answer. Because you don't build a grave, you dig a grave. You don't build a cremate. That doesn't make sense. But a tomb is like a structure. So you build a structure, you build a tomb. So because of this, really the only possibility is tomb. Well, you wouldn't build a tunnel or an apartment for a dead body, right? You would build a tomb. Okay, number 8. The beep mountain isn't as big as a real mountain. So think about that. A real mountain, in this case, real can be natural. Okay, so what's the opposite of natural? The opposite of natural is man-made. Okay, so the man-made mountain isn't as big as a real mountain. If you think about it, people might make a mountain for some reason, part of the neighborhood, part of a park, but it's very difficult to make a mountain as big as a real or natural mountain, right? So the man-made mountain isn't as big as a real mountain. Okay, whew. That wraps up the vocabulary section of Lesson 2. Let's take a short break. We'll come back and take a look at the reading. Don't go away. Hello everybody and welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. I'm Brian Staurt. Well, we're on our last lesson for Unit 1 talking about architecture. In Lesson 3, we're going to be talking about a famous architect, right? We've talked about the architect as a job. We've talked about examples of famous architecture around the world. Now let's talk about a famous person who is an architect, and his name is Frank Lloyd Wright. We can see many of his buildings still around today. We're going to focus on learning about Frank Lloyd Wright. Well, who was Frank Lloyd Wright? What did he look like? There he is. He looks very thoughtful. Of course, this is an old picture. Frank Lloyd Wright lived a while ago. He's not living anymore. And he designed many famous buildings in America. He kind of looks like Einstein, right? Very thoughtful with the white hair. But anyway, this is him. He was a very famous architect. Now, what are some of the buildings that he left behind? This is an example of a house. This house was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. In fact, he designed and he had built many different houses. And if you're lucky, and if you are an owner of this house, you can be very proud. And of course, the house is quite expensive though. But they're very well designed and they're very easy to live in. They're very good design. They look and feel very nice. Also, Frank Lloyd Wright didn't just design houses, he designed lots of different types of buildings. Also, he designed different types of structures that are like monuments or statues. And this is an example of one of the monuments or statues that Frank Lloyd Wright created. So architects don't just create one type of building like a house or an office building. They do many different things. Architects can be very creative and build all sorts of different structures. And we'll read about that later. But before we get to the reading, we should go over the vocabulary. The first word we're going to study here is the word to describe something that doesn't go straight. Now, if a road goes straight, we say, okay, it's straight. It doesn't have any what? It doesn't have any curves, okay? If you see a road that goes to the right or it goes to the left, we say it has a curve. We can say there is a curve in the road. Be careful, slow down. If you're riding your bike, you can go fast if it's straight, but slow down on a curve. Okay, next word. Now, looks like this is she lives here, right? She's answering the door, and she is coming by. Why? She is someone who goes to a place for a short time. What do we call this person? We call this person a visitor. She is visiting her. She is visiting her, right? So she is a visitor to her home. Okay? If you come to my house, you are a visitor to my house. If I go to your house, I am a visitor to your house. A visitor. The next one, to change how someone thinks or acts. So if you want to change the way someone behaves, Maybe you don't like their behavior, or maybe you want to improve their behavior. Like, for example, in a sports game, you need to influence. You need to influence them. So the fact that mom and dad they like to play tennis, they like to play sports, that will influence their daughter. She will grow up and she will like to play sports too, because they're changing how someone else thinks or acts. You influence them. Who has influenced you in your life? Next one. The area around something. Okay, so if we say that like there's many buildings in a city, what do we call the area around the buildings? We call it the environment. It's also the area around us, right? We can have different environments. If we are in the city, we say we are in an urban environment. Urban means city. We are in the city. That's the type of environment we are in. But if we go to the country, then we say we are in a I was thinking about the pronunciation. Rural. Be careful because pronunciation's 힘들어. Rural, right? R and L. Rural. Rural means you're in the country. So you can have an urban environment that's in the city, or you can have a rural environment, there's just one L, that's out in the countryside. So different environments. It's the area. What is your environment like? Next one, wow, very pretty. Looks like somewhere in Europe, maybe Switzerland. It's very pretty. If we talk about the land being very pretty, we can say it's beautiful. Also, another specific word for the land, we say it's scenic. Scenic. So, beautiful, very pretty, it's beautiful. If we're talking about the land, the landscape, we say it's scenic. In Switzerland, it's very scenic countryside. It's very beautiful countryside. Next one. To have information about. If you have information about something, you know it. So what information do you have inside your head? That's the same as asking, what do you know? Now, know is an irregular verb, so we use it when we're talking in the past. 과거, right? We say know, 지금, knew, 전에, and known. Maybe for a long time. I have known that for a long time. So, to know, knew, known. Did you know I was from America? Yeah, I've known that for months, okay? I knew that before, okay? And what do you know now? Know, knew, known. Okay, next one. Useful items in our home that we can move around. So there are many useful items. You can sit on them. You can put things inside them. They are containers. You can put things on top of them. So we're talking about chairs, sofas, tables, cabinets, useful items in our home but we can move them around. They're not fixed, right? This is a fireplace. We're not talking about that. You can't move the fireplace, right? It stays there. But the things you can move around, we call furniture. Furniture. Be careful. When we say furniture, we mean everything. Furniture is non-count. Don't. No S at the end of furniture. Never say furnitures. It's furniture. There's a lot of furniture in this room. Or there's only one piece of furniture in this room. Okay? There's a little furniture or there's a lot of furniture. But don't use S. It's non-count. Okay. To finish doing something important. You finished doing something important, right? So you have achieved something. To achieve. What have you achieved in your life, right? You've graduated from different grades in elementary school. Maybe you're going on to middle school or starting high school. You've successfully achieved graduating from these different grades. You maybe got an A on a test, hopefully more than one test. You've made many achievements. Okay, so you have achieved something. Now, achievement, as one word, that's the noun. But achieve, just achieve, that's the verb. What did you achieve? I have many achievements. Okay, next one. Natural, like plants and animals. When we go to the store and we buy something, we want to look for maybe organic foods. Organic means they were made naturally. Think about that. We think, well, plants are natural. What are you talking about? The thing is, the idea there is that for a long time, many plants are grown using chemicals or man-made products. But sometimes this might be unhealthy. Those chemicals might not be good for our bodies. So now people are more concerned or are interested in foods that are grown completely naturally with no chemicals, no man-made chemicals. And we call that type of food organic. Nothing unnatural was used to make these plants. No unnatural chemicals, for example. Okay, next one. Different from everything else. So, and this is a good example because this is what we call a fingerprint. And if you think about it, I have a print on my finger, right? You have a print on your finger. But if we put them here side by side, they will be different. Why? Because everybody has a unique. Unique means one of a kind. You're the only person with that fingerprint in the world. Isn't that interesting, right? Of course, police use fingerprints to find criminals, right? So maybe it's not great, but of course you won't do anything bad. But think about that. The fingerprint that you have on your finger is different from your sister. It's different from your brother. It's different from your mom or your dad. You are unique. Only you have that certain pattern on your fingers. You are unique. And not just in fingerprints, but in many other ways too. Okay, the next word is this. Ojamaliwayo, is my pronunciation okay? That's a difficult word for me to pronounce. But if you have to go to the bathroom, where we go to the bathroom, you use this device here. It's kind of like an appliance. What do we call it? We call it a toilet. So I need to use the toilet is very common. I need to use the toilet. Now some people, when they're in a department store or they're in a movie theater and you need to use a toilet, some people might say, excuse me, where is the toilet? Now in that case, they might be talking about the room. Maybe they don't have to use the toilet. Maybe they just want to wash their face or change their clothes, right? For some reason. In that case, you can also say, where is the rest room, or where is the bathroom? It's actually more polite to say where is the restroom than to say where is the toilet. So if you want to be polite, it's better to say where is the restroom. You can say bathroom, but most common for public places, we say, excuse me, where is the restroom? And then you can tell your friend, I have to use the toilet. But you know, it's more polite to say restroom. Anyway, but we use the toilet in the restroom. Next word. Okay, now in this word we have water, going from a high place to a lower place. It's a lot of water, and we're talking about a lot of water, not a little water, but a lot of water, like a river, right? Or a large stream. Going from a high place to a low place. And it's a very easy word when you think about it because we're talking about water. What does the water do? It's falling. So we say it's a waterfall. Very easy word, right? Waterfall. Waterfall. It's not a verb, it's a noun. A waterfall. And there are many famous waterfalls in the world. Okay. Done with no mistakes. Wow, look at that. A+, big percent. 좋아요, right? So done with no mistakes, what do we call that? We say he did it perfectly. Now, ly means it's an adverb, and that defines the verb. So he did it perfectly. Because perfectly, we're describing how did he do it. Right? But we can also use just the word perfect. His score is perfect. Now in this case, it's an adjective because we're talking about a noun. We're describing a noun. His score is perfect. He did it perfectly. Okay, so that's the difference using ly. Are we describing the verb or are we describing the noun? How did you do on your last test? Did you do it perfectly? Did you have a perfect score? I hope so. Okay, let's move on. A hard cover for some sea animals. Do you like to go to the beach? On the beach, when you're walking along, you have the water and the sand, and right next to where the water comes, you can find many hard coverings. These are parts of animals, right? They're not stones. They're parts of animals. Animals made those. What do we call them? We call them seashells. And as you can see, they can be very beautiful and different designs, and some people like to collect them, okay? But try not to collect too much of them in some places, because the next person who goes there, there's no seashells. So sometimes it's best just to leave things in nature and just look at it, appreciate it, but leave it there for the next person to come and enjoy it too. Okay, but seashells. Okay, next one. A long floor that goes up. Unfortunately, there are people who are handicapped. They cannot move normally. So we need to help them. And one way to help them is like this. If you look at this boy, you think, how can he go upstairs? If there's a building and there are only stairs in the building, it's very terrible for him. How does he get into the building? So many buildings will build these long floors that go up to help handicapped people who are in wheelchairs. We call these areas ramps. They're a ramp. It's a nice, gentle slope that you can go up in a wheelchair, or for other people, maybe older people or people who are injured and they have a hard time, they can go up the ramp more easily than other people who just climb up the stairs. Okay, the next one. The act of finding new information. So this is what scientists do all the time. They're trying to find new information. So they do research. Usually when we talk about research, of course, scientists do a lot of research, but many other people do research too, right? Professors at the university, if their subject is literature, they're researching the old text about maybe William Shakespeare or some other famous author from a long time ago. If you are an artist, you will do research by researching famous painters in history, or famous painters or new modern trends in painting. When you find new information, you are doing research. And be careful here, research is a non-count noun. People do research. We don't do researches, we do research. Okay, so the scientists have are doing a lot of interesting research. It's non-count. Don't put an S on the end of it, or ES. Okay, now let's review the words that we have just learned, and with some exercises. The instructions are: choose the word that best completes the sentence. These are our words. We need to find one, the best one, to put into these blanks. Number one. You should beep more in school. Somebody's always telling you this, right? Sorry. You don't work hard enough. Okay, so you should what more in school? You should influence more in school. You should influence your friends. That doesn't make sense. You should allow. That doesn't make, allow what? You should sleep more. Yes, that's it. You should sleep more in school. No, absolutely not. I'm sorry. I didn't say that. Shh. Okay. You should achieve more in school. That makes sense. Okay, that's the right one. Don't sleep more in school. Okay, I'm just kidding. You should achieve more in school. In other words, if somebody doesn't work hard enough, let's say your friend is a little lazy. They don't study hard enough. They get bad grades on their tests. You could say you don't achieve enough. You should achieve more in school. You don't work hard enough. Okay, so work harder, achieve more. Okay, number two. Now, don't forget number one. You should achieve more in school. Okay, number two. That lady is beep. She should be a movie star. When you watch the movies, when you look at the movies these days, normally movies aren't really real, right? The people in the movies are always very good looking. Right? Especially it's interesting when you look at movies that are based on a true story, right? And you look at the actors. The actors are always usually much better looking than the people who the story is based on, right? That's very interesting. But you know, that's part of entertainment. So what can we say? That lady is beyond. Beyond means she's further away. That doesn't make sense. She is beautiful. Ah, she's beautiful. That's probably the right answer. She is achieve. You can't say somebody is achieve. Achieve is a verb, not an adjective, so that doesn't make sense. That lady is perfectly. No, remember perfectly describes a verb, not a noun. So that wouldn't work. If you said that lady is perfect, that could be an answer, but this is perfectly, so it doesn't fit grammatically. The best answer, of course, is beautiful. Like I said before, that's probably your answer. That lady is beautiful. She should be a movie star. Because when we look at movies, usually the beautiful people are the movie stars. That's changing recently. Nowadays, there are more and more people who look like real people in the movies. And that's maybe a good thing too, because it really should be based on talent, not beauty. Okay, 3. The road, beep, up ahead. Be ready to turn. Remember when I talked about this? I said if the road is straight, you don't have to be so careful. But if the road does this, right, you have to be ready to turn, right? So what does the road do? Does the road influences? Does it achieves? Does it curves? Does it fits? The road, of course, curves up ahead. The road curves. So be ready to turn. Remember, a curve can be to the right, orenchokoro, or it can be to the left, wenchokoro, or jaijan, right? Still learning my Korean. Okay, so it can curve either direction, to the right or to the left. Be ready to turn. Turn right or turn left. Okay, 4. Do you beep what the homework is for tonight? So if your teacher gave you some homework, right, and you were sleeping, you don't what? Oh, sorry, that's curves. You don't know what the homework is. So you ask your friend, do you know what the homework is for tonight? Do you know what the homework is for tonight? You wouldn't say, do you chance? That's not right. Do you believe? That doesn't fit. And do you research? No. Do you know? If you have the information in your head, you have the answer in your head, then you know it. If you don't have the answer in your head, you're going to try to find it, then you will research it. But we don't say, do you research? We say, do you know? Because we want to know, do you know the information or don't you know the information? Do you know what the homework is for tonight? And we can use many words here. Do you know how? Do you know where? Do you know when? Do you know why? Do you know who? Okay, so we can use lots of these question words here after do you know. And we want to know if you know that information or not. Do you know how to get to school? Do you know where I live? Do you know when the test is? Do you know why we're having a test? Do you know who our teacher is? Right? If you know this information, you can use these question words after do you know to find out that information from your friends. Okay, let's continue. No. Do you know what the homework is for tonight? Okay, next one, number 5. Many beep go to the new museum every year. So when you go to a museum, you go there for a short time. You don't live there, you don't stay there. You go there for a short time and then you leave. So what can we describe that situation? Many environments. Environments don't go to museums, right? Visitors, visitors go for a short time. That's our answer. Many visitors go to the new museum every year. Not faster, not seashells go to the museum. Maybe there might be an exhibit on about seashells, but they don't go there every year. That's kind of silly. Okay, let's move on to number 6. Where I live, the beep is cold and snowy. So we're talking about the area around you. It can also be just around you or around your house. It's the area in which you live is cold and snowy. That's the space that surrounds you. What word is that? The furniture is cold and snowy? Furniture can't be snowy. Furniture can be cold, but not snowy. The visitor is cold and snowy? That doesn't make sense. The environment, the environment, the space around you, like the country around you is cold and snowy. Maybe you live far in the north. The environment is cold and snowy, not the influence. So where I live, the environment is cold and snowy. Okay, let's move on to number 7. All the beep in our house is made of wood. So what do you have inside your house that might be made of wood? And it's typically, usually made of wood. Think about your bed. Think about your chair. Think about your table, your desk, right? These things, what do we call these things? Do we call them inside? No. Do we call them visitors? No, people are not made of wood. Okay. Do we call them furniture? Yes, we call them furniture. All the furniture in our house is made of wood. Not all the beautiful. Beautiful is an adjective, not a noun. It doesn't fit. So the best one is furniture. All the furniture in our house is made of wood. And that's typical. Usually furniture is made of wood. Number 8, my teacher beep me in a good way. I work harder now. So if your teacher has done something to change your behavior so that you work harder now, what did your teacher do? Did your teacher visitor you? That doesn't make sense grammatically. Did your teacher achieves you? Again, that doesn't make sense grammatically. Your teacher knows you in a good way? That's a little strange. Your teacher influences. Your teacher influences me in a good way. It changed my behavior in a good way. Okay, so that's the answer there. My teacher influences me in a good way. Now I work harder. So people who inspire you, people who you want to follow or copy, they may influence you to change your behavior or the way that you think. Okay, well that wraps it up for the vocabulary section. Let's take a short break and we'll start with the reading section soon. Don't go away. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. Are you ready to continue talking about our subject of sports? Well, we're on lesson 4, the human machine. The human machine, it's like people are machines, right? Think about some famous athletes that you know, right? Like Park Ji-sung or Park Tae-hwan, right? The swimmer. They're like machines in the water or on the soccer field, right? How do they get to be such strong athletes? That's what we're going to focus on. How can someone become a great athlete? Well, of course, it's going to take a lot of hard work, right? But in the reading passage, we'll take a look at how someone becomes a great athlete. And if you want to become a great athlete, what can you do to become a great athlete? So we're going to take a look at that. But first, as always, let's take a look at the vocabulary. So our first vocabulary word is someone who plays a sport. We just talked about that, right? How can someone become a great what? What is this person? She is running. She is an athlete. She's an athlete. Okay, so pronunciation, athlete. If you compete in a sport, and that's like your, not just your hobby, but also sometimes your job, you're an athlete if you play sports well and you do it a lot. Okay, the ability to do something. The ability to do something, like if you have the ability to create such a beautiful sandcastle, right? We can say you have a lot of skill. Of course, athletes need skill, right? But also many other types of people need skill. Artists need skill. Engineers need skill. Lawyers need skill. Skill is something, it's an ability that you develop either through training, through practice, through study, but it's a skill. What kind of skills do you have, for example? Okay, number 3. Here's a signpost, right? The measure of space between two things, right? Buenos Aires is 7,270 kilometers that way. So when we measure the space between two things, we're talking about the distance, how far something is away. So from me to Buenos Aires or me to Busan, right? What is the distance? How many kilometers or how many miles, right? Okay. Next one, after some time. So when we look at this, what is this, by the way? This is a tadpole. Now, later on, this tadpole, we know, maybe you know, what will it become? It will become a frog, right? Ribbit, ribbit, okay? So, but it will take some time. Eventually. Eventually means after a certain amount of time, usually kind of like a long time. This tadpole is not going to become a frog right away. It's going to take some time. Eventually, the tadpole will become a frog. Eventually, young children will grow up to be adults. It'll take some time, but eventually it will happen after some time. Okay. Number 5, repeating something so you get better at it. Now, your English teacher probably always tells you this. What do they say? They say, practice, practice, practice. Okay? It's not just English. Piano, right? If you're learning to play a musical instrument, whether it's a piano, a trumpet, or whatever, you have to practice. If you're playing a sport and you want to get better at it, what do? You practice. So any skill, remember we talked about skills. Skills are abilities. How do you improve your ability? You practice. Whatever it is, you practice, you get better at it. So do it again and again, repeating it so that you get better at it. Okay, next one, number 6. Equal and even. If something is equal and even, we say it is balanced, right? It is perfectly balanced because it's equal and it is even on both sides. It's balanced. Sometimes, well, a little bit different idea, we can also say it's fair. If two soccer teams are playing, one team has 12 players, the other team has 8 players, it's not balanced, it's not fair. So both teams have to have 11 players, and that's a balanced team. That is a fair competition. Okay, next one, 7. Done all the way. So if something is finished, or if all the things are in place, we say that it is complete. Or something is done all the way, something is finished, a process. You can think about complete in different ways. In this case, we're thinking all the tools are in a set, or everything is together, it's complete. But you can also think about a painting. When the painting is finished, we say it is complete, it's finished. Okay. 8. Now this is very interesting, isn't it? This is how a butterfly comes out of the cocoon. Remember, before it was a caterpillar. So a caterpillar changes into a new state, into a butterfly. What do we say? We say becomes. A caterpillar becomes a butterfly. A caterpillar becomes a butterfly. A child becomes an adult. A tadpole becomes a frog. And become is an irregular verb, so we say become, became, become. Okay? Become, became, become. It's interesting that this is the same as the present tense, right? The past perfect. Okay. Next one, 9. There are many books here. Italy, Turkey, Beijing, Mexico, India. What are these books about? They tell you how to do something. They tell you how to travel through Italy. They tell you how to travel through Mexico. What is it? It is a guide. These books are guides to different cities. But a guide can be many different things. A guide can be a book. A guide can be a person, right? If you're on a tour, there's a tour guide who tells you and shows you the different places and how to look at them, or how to think sometimes about these places, or what to know. So a guide can be many different types of things. It shows you how to do something. A guide could also be an instruction manual. You get a computer and you need to, how do I, hook up all the cables? You look at the guide. Okay. 10. Oh, very famous, right? Vitamin water. Don't say vitamin, that's Konglish. Vitamin water. Do you drink it? Sometimes I drink it. I like this one here. Okay, that's my favorite. Anyway, an important mineral for your body, because these products have vitamins, which are minerals for your bodies. Vitamin, I just said it, right? But there's a name right here, vitamin water. Say vitamin, not vitamin, that's wrong. Vitamin vitamin. Okay, that's the pronunciation for an important mineral for your body. You need vitamin C. You need vitamin D. Your skin needs vitamin E, right? So all these different vitamins help your body do different things. Very important for you. Number 11, this is not so important for you. We like it, it's delicious, but unfortunately, it's not important for our bodies. Having a lot of sugar is sugary. A lot of candy, and this is like gummy candy. Of course, it's very sugary. Chocolate has a lot of sugar in it. Hard candy, all very sugary treats and snacks. So be careful of those. Our body doesn't need them. It's not very important for our body, especially our teeth. Got to be careful, 조심해요. Okay, next one. 12. Happening many times over a time period. If you're using a computer, you're probably hitting certain keys again and again. You're hitting them very often. So you hit certain keys very often, like the enter key or the space bar. You hit that very often. Okay. Next one. Oh, what is he? He's a juggler, right? To throw and catch many things at once, we say juggle. This is the verb to juggle. He is juggling. We can call him, what is his name? He is a juggler, right? The person is a juggler. If he's doing it, we say he is a juggler. What is he doing? He is juggling. To juggle is the verb, okay? To throw and catch many things at once. Can you juggle? Can you do that? If you want to develop that skill, that ability, you have to practice. Okay, next one. 14, yay, that looks like fun. Can you water ski? Maybe you go to Gapyeong, Yeah, Gapyeong, and you go water skiing. I used to do that a long time ago, but my friends who do that, they all left. That's sad. If you want to go water skiing, call me. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay. Very amazing, right? Very amazing if he can do that. Incredible. Wow, really incredible. Amazing. So if he can do this, if he can jump, wow, that's incredible, amazing, right? Okay, next one. This is also incredible and amazing, right? Very incredible costumes. A special happening. Something special that happens, we call it an event, okay? For example, the Olympics every 4 years. That is an event. Sometimes there will be a festival in different cities, in Venice or New Orleans. They will be events, right? A parade in Seoul is an event. Anything that happens that's special, it's an event. There's so many events happening all the time. Even in Seoul, even in your town, probably there are many events. Last one, number 16, the ability to do difficult things. Wow! Can you believe it? Is it real? Is it true? I think it's trick photography. Unless maybe he's Bruce Willis, then it's true. No, I'm just kidding. The ability to do difficult things, strength. If somebody has a lot of strength, they have the ability to do difficult things. I don't think this is real. It's a trick photography. But think about it. If you can lift a lot of things, if you can pick up a very heavy weight, you have a lot of strength. Okay, so those are the words we need to know for the reading. Let's make sure we remember those words. Let's take a little short quiz on some of those words. Choose the word that best completes the sentence. Here are the words. We need to fill in the blanks with the best word. Okay? Number 1, you need to beep your English if you want to get better. We talked about this. It's not just English. It could be practicing a musical instrument like the piano, the trumpet, or whatever. What do you need to do? Do you need to define? Do you need to become? Do you need to practice? Or do you need to skill? Well, skill right away, we see that's a noun. That doesn't make sense. Define, become, practice, those are verbs, and they would fit with to, right? To, we need a verb. But define, become, practice, if you want to get better at something, you need to do it again and again. You need to practice, right? You need to practice your English if you want to get better. You need to practice playing soccer if you want to get better at playing soccer. You need to practice playing the piano if you want to be a better piano player. Okay, so practice. You need to do something. You need to practice if you want to get better. Okay, number 2. I need to beep my homework before I can go to the movies. I need to what my homework? What do you do with your homework that you want to do? You want to get it done, right? So do you want to put your homework? Do you want to become? You want to become my homework. I want to become a book. That's crazy. I want to drop my homework, or I want to complete my homework. What makes sense? Well, obviously, if you looked at complete, that's the one that makes sense. Complete means finish. I want to complete my homework. I want to finish my homework before I can go to the movies. Not put, not become, and not drop. Drop your homework. Let's see. Let's go upstairs and drop it from the roof. No, don't do that, okay? That's not a good idea. You want to complete your homework before you can go to the movies. Okay, next one. 3. You're so good at basketball. Well, baseball. Sorry, baseball. You're so good. That means, 잘해요, right? You're so good at it, right? You should be a professional what? If a person plays a sport, especially for their job, they get paid for it. They are professional. And they are playing a sport and they're getting paid for it. What do we call that job? Doctor, lawyer, engineer, or what? Skill, train, athlete, event. Which one of these words is a description of an actual job? Well, of course, C. An athlete is a description of a particular job. An athlete is someone who plays a sport. A professional athlete is someone who plays a sport and gets money for it. Right? You think about it, that's crazy, right? Somebody gets paid for throwing a ball or running fast. Well, in our society, it's true. Some people get paid a lot of money to play these games. Like, for example, think of Tiger Woods. He gets millions of dollars for playing golf. Sounds like a dream job, right? But of course, they have a lot of talent, they have a lot of skill, and they've worked very hard to attain that skill. Okay, number 4. In a few days, the seed will beep a plant. So again, a seed, of course, is like an apple seed or some other part of the plant that you put in the ground, and then after a while, it eventually grows into a plant, right? So first you have a seed, later you have a plant, right? What happens to the seed? It what? It completes, it becomes, it eventually, or it guides. Of course, we know the answer. Oops. The answer is become. In a few days, the seed will become a plant. So it will change from one thing to another thing. It will become a plant. Okay, so let's move on to number 5. That beep is too great. No one could ever swim that far. Okay, so we kind of know the answer right here. If you're looking at, wow, there's an island out there, be careful, it's very far away, right? That what is too great? That event, that guide, that incredible, or that distance is too great. Remember, the measurement from point A here to point B over there, we're talking about distance. So we say that distance is too great. The distance is too great. No one could ever swim that far. The distance is too great. So the right answer is distance. 6, your English. Beep has improved a lot. All that practice has paid off. So again, we're kind of talking about that idea again, practice. You practice something a lot to improve. What do you want to improve? You improve your ability at something. What is ability? Skill, repeat, grow, or learn. Did you say skill? Then you would be correct, because skill is ability. You practice a skill to become better at it. Your English skill has improved a lot. All that practice has paid off. Practice has paid off means you practiced a lot, so you got the reward. You were successful, right? If something is successful, it has paid off. You were successful. Okay, number 7. Beep, I will start eating better, just not right now. So not right now, not now. Some other time, later. What does that mean? What word would fit in the blank? A, usually I will start eating better. Usually I will start eating better? That doesn't make sense, because usually is for things that happen habitually. So we don't use future tense with usually. Completely, I will start eating better. That doesn't make sense. Suddenly, I will start eating better. That's 이상해요. Eventually, eventually, not right now, but later. So eventually is the answer. Eventually, not now, but after some time, eventually, I will start eating better. A lot of us, we're sometimes lazy, so we say, oh, eventually I'll do it. I'll do it eventually, okay? But not right now, okay? Maybe you should start right now. If you want to do something, do it now. Don't wait for eventually, do it now. Okay, 8. A or an meal will keep you healthy. When we talk about eating, we have to eat certain things, right? Different things. We have to eat a certain amount of carbohydrates or bread and potatoes and rice, right? We have to eat a certain amount of protein, like in meat. We have to eat a certain amount of, we have to drink a certain amount of other things like milk or cheese, dairy products, okay? So we have to make sure we eat all these things and in the right parts, right? So what kind of meal should we have? All meat? No, we need meat, vegetables, something to drink. We need a what kind of meal? A balanced meal, a sugary meal, an exercise meal, or an energy meal? Well, right away, we know sugary meal will not keep us healthy. That's got too much sugar in it. An exercise meal doesn't make sense because we're looking for an adjective, right? Something to modify meal. Exercise is not an adjective. And energy is an adjective. And an energy meal, but that doesn't sound right. That doesn't make sense. What we're looking for is balanced. A balanced meal. A balanced meal has the right amount of each food group. And you eat it. And it's good for you because it's balanced. You get enough protein, you get enough carbohydrates, you get enough vitamins and minerals. It's a balanced meal. And it keeps you healthy. Not too much sugar, right? Maybe a little sugar is okay, but not too much. You need to eat the things in balance. Okay, well, that wraps up the vocabulary section. Let's take a short break here, and we'll come back and look at the reading, How to Become a Great Athlete. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Hello kids, how are you today? Welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. Are you excited to learn about sports? Do you like sports? Do you like to play sports or do you like to watch sports? Maybe you like to do both. Okay, well, we're going to talk about sports in this lesson, and we're going to be focusing on the ancient Olympics. So let's learn about the history of the Olympics. So you know about the Olympics, right? The Olympics where every country in the world competes and there's television and you can watch it on TV and you can cheer for your own nation. Of course, that happens every 4 years. But we're not talking about the modern Olympics. We're talking about the ancient Olympics in this lesson. Ancient means a long, long time ago. Thousands of years ago, before television, right? Before many nations in the world, there was the ancient Olympics, and these were held in Greece, okay? Athletes from different cities in ancient Greece would get together and they would compete. They would have a contest in many different sports. Where would they do it? They would do it under Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus is where the Greeks thought the gods lived, at the top of the mountain. And the mountain was called Olympus. And so they called it the Olympic Games. And like I said, from many different cities in Greece, the athletes would come and compete. And of course, ancient Greece is very famous, right? For not only many old buildings and many impressive and beautiful structures, but also because of their culture and their way of thinking. But they were the ones who created the Olympics in the beginning thousands of years ago, the ancient Olympics. So that's what we're going to read about in this lesson. But before we do that, let's learn some vocabulary. Okay, and our first word is a person who is very famous. Of course, you know many people who are famous, singers, actors on television, actors in the movie. What do we call these people? It starts with a C. It is celebrity. Celebrity is a person who is very, very famous, and everybody knows who that person is. Okay, what's the next word? The next word is a bird. No, it's not a bird. It's a thing or idea that can represent another idea. The example is a bird. The example is a dove. When people see a dove, what do they think of? They think of peace. So the dove is a symbol of peace. So if you can look at animals, you can look at flags. The taeguki, the Korean flag, is a symbol for Korea, right? So it's a thing or idea that can represent another idea, right? So this thing here, the dove, represents the idea of peace. Okay, next word. Ooh, whoa, he is very angry. Be careful, 조심해요. Right? He looks like very, very dangerous dog, right? Strong and dangerous, right? 조심해요. So what is the word that we use? We use, it's not dog, it's fierce. Okay, fierce. Now, I have a dog, a beagle, but she's not fierce. She's very lovable and cute. But this dog, woo, 조심해요, right? This dog is very fierce, strong and dangerous. Okay, next one. 4, no smoking. To let someone do something. To let someone do something is to allow them to do something. But if you have a sign that says no smoking, this would be not allow someone to do something. So the picture and the word are a little bit mismatched, but that's okay, because if we allow people to smoke here, then there's no sign, right? That means we let them do something. If your mother lets you play video games after dinner, then she's allowing you to do that. But do your homework first, okay? Okay. Next one. A race. To be part of a race or other competition. What do we say? We say it is compete. To be part. This is a verb, right? Because you are part of a race or other competition. If you are in a race or another competition, it doesn't have to be a race. It could be a chess game, maybe a chess tournament, or it could be a soccer game, right? It could be anything where you compete. Compete is a verb. It's like you're not really fighting against somebody, but you're using your skill against another person to win. You are competing. Okay? And of course, compete is a verb. And we have competition, right? Competition is the noun. And competition is a game or any other contest where you use your skill to win. Okay, next one. A feeling of doing well so others can see. A feeling of doing well so others can see. We say this is pride, right? If he's on the football team, he's a very young football player, he won, right? He has the trophy. His team won the competition. So he has a lot of pride. He has pride, but be careful, he is proud. So pride is the noun. We can say he shows his pride. In this case, pride is a noun. But be careful, we can also say he is proud, which is also very common, but in this case, proud is an adjective, right? This is noun, okay? So he shows his pride, or he has pride. Next, he is proud, adjective. So be careful with the word form. Okay. Next, more than normal. If something is more than normal, what do we say? We say especially. Especially is kind of like when you want to point out something in particular, some special case, right? Then we use especially. Okay. To go somewhere. Well, perhaps when you're older, you can travel around the world like this young girl is doing here. She's traveling. Looks like she's in France, in Paris. To go somewhere is to travel, right? To travel, you can travel around the world. Next one. This is a sport where athletes wear gloves and hit each other. You know this sport, right? You've seen this before. These guys are being safe. They're wearing gloves and they're wearing a padded helmet, right? What are they doing, right? They're doing this sport. It's not wrestling, it is boxing. Boxing. Now, be careful. Boxing is a noun. It's the name of the sport. A few days ago, I was in my neighborhood and I saw a poster. Somebody opened a boxing gym and they wanted to be funny. Do you know the movie Shall We Dance? Well, they used that idea for the movie title, and on their poster they put Shall We Boxing. And I thought, what? Shall We Boxing? No. It should be Shall We Box, because box is a verb. Boxing is a noun, right? The movie is not called Shall We Dancing? No, Shall We Dance? Shall we box? Okay, because box is the verb. So be careful again of the word form. ING is a noun. Boxing. I like boxing. Can you box? Okay, next word. Parts of a plant tied together in a circle. At Christmas time, we can see these. Many people put them on their doors. They hang them on their doors. It's like Happy Christmas or Merry Christmas, right? We call it a wreath, okay? But it's not just for Christmas. Wreaths can be used for other occasions, but most common, people think of a wreath at Christmas time. This is a Christmas wreath, but we'll see another kind of wreath in the reading. Okay, next one. Oh, don't look! 보지 마세요! No, I'm just kidding. 뻥해요, right? Because it's 귀엽지요. 너무 귀엽지요, right? A little baby, right? But usually babies, they don't wear any clothes. It's obviously, of course, when they're first born, they're not wearing clothes, right? So what do we say? They are naked. We come into this world naked, right? We come into the world naked. And usually not so peaceful, but this baby is very peaceful, very cute, right? So not wearing any clothes, somebody is naked. We'll see that in the reading. Okay, next one. Being a girl or woman, not male. So if we talk about, there's about 50% of the people in the world are one sex or the other sex, right? There's male and then there's female, right? So male and female. Basically everybody in the world is either male or female. So about maybe a little more than half of the people in the world are female, okay? So being a girl, woman, not male. Next one. Of course, this is Korea, and you probably know where this is, the DMZ, right? An agreement that all fighting is stopped, right? It's just an agreement. And maybe the fighting is stopped for just a short time, but there hasn't been a formal agreement to stop it forever, right? That's what Korea is under right now, a truce. South Korea and North Korea, they never had a peace agreement. They're just under a truce. Technically, they're still at war, right? But they have had a truce for more than 60 years. So a truce is it's like a temporary stop to the fighting. Hopefully, it will be permanent. But a truce, and it's not just in Korea, anywhere in the world where two groups are fighting and they say, let's have a truce, that means a temporary, a short period where there's no fighting. Okay. A flat piece of metal given as a prize. He's proud too, right? He is proud. He has pride because why? He has a medal. If you do something great, whether in school or you in sports, you win a game or you win a tournament, they might give you a medal. Soldiers wear medals on their chest, right? So a medal is a small piece of metal. It's usually decorated, looks nice, and it's given as a prize. It shows you were excellent in doing something. Okay. Next one is to shout for something good. I talked about this before, of course. It's to cheer. When I talked about the Olympics, I say you cheer for your country, don't you? Of course. When you watch the Olympics every 4 years, you cheer for Korea, right? 대한민국, right? You say, go Korea, right? So you cheer for your country or you cheer for your team. You shout, you yell, you go crazy, right? Okay. Next one, a box that shows us moving pictures. A box that shows it. What is that? Have you ever seen one of those before? What could that be? Oh, it's a television, of course. Very common. I'm just kidding, of course. Everybody knows what a television is. It's like a box. Well, not anymore. It used to be a box. Now it's a very thin screen, right? But it used to be like a big box that was very heavy. But thankfully, technology has moved on. So anyway, television. You're watching a video screen right now. Maybe you're watching this on television. You're probably watching it on your computer screen. But anyway, television is where you watch TV shows and movies. Okay, let's move on. Let's go over the words, the vocabulary. Okay, let's see how well you remember these words. Choose the word that best completes the sentence. We have words down here. We have a blank. We need to complete the sentence with these words. Let's take a look. I won't beep you to leave. You haven't done your homework. So, mom says this when the boy or girl wants to go out and play. But mom says, I won't what? You to leave. You need to stay here and finish your homework. You haven't done your homework. You need to stay here, do your homework, and then you can leave. Then I will beep you to leave. What? I will give you to leave? That doesn't make sense. I will honor you to leave? That doesn't make sense. I will compete you to leave, or I will allow you to leave. Aha. Allow sounds like it would be a good choice, right? I won't allow you to leave. That's the answer. I won't allow you to leave. I won't let you leave because you haven't done your homework. When you finish your homework, then I will allow you, then you can go. Then you are able to leave, right? I will give you permission. Okay. Number 2. There is a beep storm outside. Let's stay in. So you want to stay inside because there's a storm outside. It's raining or it's snowing. The wind is blowing very strongly. It could be dangerous, strong and dangerous. So what can we say? There is a fierce storm. Fierce means dangerous, right? Strong and dangerous, right? So there's a fierce storm outside. That sounds good. Let's check the others. There's a peaceful storm. Oh, peaceful, it's very nice. Why would we stay inside? And have you ever heard of a storm that is peaceful? That doesn't make sense. There is a rude storm. The wind's going by going, yeah, get out of my way, right? That's crazy. Okay, so C doesn't work. D, there's a slow storm outside. Let's stay in. That's a little bit isangheo. The best word is fierce. There's a fierce storm outside. Let's stay in. If there's a fierce storm, it means the wind is blowing really strong. It's very dangerous. Okay? So stay inside. Stay warm and stay safe. I was beep tired today. I only slept for 4 hours. So maybe you were playing video games late last night? No, not video games. You were studying, right? You were studying late last night, so you only slept for 4 hours. So if you only sleep for 4 hours, you're really tired, right? So what word means kind of like really or very? Does less? No, less doesn't mean really or very. B, slowly? That doesn't make sense. C, quickly? I was quickly tired today? That's strange. So D, I was especially. Especially means more than normal, like very or really. I was especially tired today. I only slept for 4 hours. So the answer, of course, is especially. I was especially tired today. Okay, next one, number 4. That flag is the beep of our nation. I talked about this before, right? When we saw the picture of the dove, but I also gave you another example. I said the Taeguki, the Korean flag, is the beep of Korea, just like the stars and stripes is the beep for America, right? A flag is a what? A flag is a symbol of a nation. So that flag is the symbol of our nation. Not the treat, not the top, not the celebrity, but the symbol. You see it and you think of something else. It's the symbol of our nation. Okay, next one, number 5. I don't want to beep in the soccer game. Maybe you feel sick or you're injured, so you don't want to play soccer, right? You don't want to participate. What word means play in a game or participate in a contest? I don't want to forget in the soccer game. That doesn't make sense because we don't use forget and in. I don't want to compete in the soccer game. Compete. Remember, compete means to use your skills to try to win in a contest. And that's what they're doing. So compete is probably our word. But let's just check. I don't want to enjoy in the soccer game. That doesn't make sense because, again, we don't say enjoy in. If in bego ha면, right? If in was gone, right? We could use I don't want to forget the soccer game. I don't want to enjoy the soccer game. Those would make sense, but because of in, they don't make sense. I don't want to allow the soccer game. Also, if in was not there, then we could say, yeah, it's possible. I don't want to allow the soccer game. It's too noisy, for example. I don't want to allow it. But because of in, this one, this one, this one, and this one, they don't make sense. The only one that makes sense is compete. We compete in a game. We compete in a contest. So that's a good thing to remember. When you use the word compete, use the preposition in. I want to compete in the soccer game. I want to compete in the chess tournament. I want to compete in the tennis championships. You compete in something. Okay, number 6. That singer is my favorite. Beep. She is so famous, right? We talked about what do we call very famous people? Engineer? No. Well, some engineers can be famous, but engineers aren't normally famous, right? A veterinarian? No, a veterinarian is just an animal doctor, not a famous person. See, a celebrity. Aha! That's the word we talked about before. Someone who's very, very famous is a celebrity. That's the answer, right? And D, doctor? No, because doctor is very similar to veterinarian. This one, and this one are names of specific jobs. Engineer builds buildings or makes sure things are working like machines and things like that. Veterinarian is a doctor who takes care of animals, and of course a doctor takes care of people. They're just normal jobs. But a celebrity doesn't really mean a job, it means a person who is very famous. But it could be for anything, singing, acting, or for something that they did that was bad, right? Usually celebrities are positive though, right? Somebody who's famous, but we don't know what they do for a job. They're just very famous. Okay, next one. Number 7, do you want to beep to India with me? What word makes sense? Ask, travel, enjoy, compete. Do you want to compete to India with me? That sounds funny. Actually, what's the best answer here? If you choose B, you're right. Do you want to travel to India with me? Because that means let's go to another country or go on a long journey. Do you want to travel? Before I said you can travel around the world. Be careful, don't say trip, right? Trip is a noun. Let's take a trip. Take a trip. Trip is a noun, it's not a verb. right? Unless trip means you hit your foot on something and you fall down. Then you trip. But you don't want to trip to India because that's very painful. You want to travel to India. That's the verb. Travel to India. Trip is a noun. Okay, take a trip to India. But do you want to travel to India? Okay, number 8. You did very well in school. Your parents will be so what? If you do well in school, your parents, how will they feel? Will they feel calm, angry, proud, or bored? Of course, your parents will be proud, right? You did very well in school. Your parents will be so proud. They won't be angry. That's crazy, right? They'll be very proud of you. They'll say, that's my kid, right? Joe or Sally did well in school. I'm very proud of my child. Okay? Okay, well that wraps it up for the vocabulary section. Let's take a short break here. We'll come back and take a look at the reading. Hello everybody and welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. We're continuing with our subject of sports. And in this time, we're talking, the lesson 6 is talking about playing favorites. Playing favorites, that means we're going to focus on, let's think about your favorite sports teams. So when we think about playing favorites, we're going to think about who are your favorite sports teams and what do people do to support their favorite sports teams. Well, we can say a lot of things about that. Of course, when we think about our favorite sports teams, Koreans are very enthusiastic about cheering for their favorite sports teams. For example, the Korean national team, especially, for example, the Korean national soccer team. Do you remember the 2002 World Cup? Maybe it's too long ago, you don't remember. But at that time, it was really a big event in Korea. This is at Gwanghwamun Square, right? Gwanghwamun in downtown Seoul. It's crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, not Gwanghwamun. Gwanghwamun is over here, Chogi. This is City Hall. This is City Hall. I forgot because they changed the building. It looks different now. But look at this plaza. Wow, there's so many people. I mean, there's a street here. There's another street here. But there's so many people, you can't even see the streets. No cars today, right? Because there are so many people cheering for the 2002 World Soccer Tournament, right? Which is called the World Cup, the World Soccer Cup. So it's amazing. It was really amazing. I was actually in Korea at this time. I remember driving over, this is Gwanghwamun over here. I remember driving by, my friend was on the back of my motorcycle and was taking pictures. It was pretty interesting. And so yeah, it was really amazing. So many people came out and cheered for their soccer team. Okay, people will go crazy supporting their team, right? These people here, what country has blue people? No, I'm just kidding. They're not really blue. They're using blue paint on their faces to support the color of their favorite team. Where are they from? Well, we can see from their headbands that it looks like Japanese. That's the flag of Japan, right? The sun, the rising sun. And these guys are Japanese sports fans. Okay, so they're out cheering their team. And you see they're really enthusiastic about cheering for their team. They wear crazy costumes and they paint their faces or their bodies different colors. These guys are Japanese fans. We can also see other examples, right? Who are these guys? Blue and yellow, right? And these three people here, they look like they're aliens from another world, right? No, I'm just kidding. They're wearing some kind of thing over their head. They're from Sweden. Of course, that's the Swedish flag. So these are Swedish fans, again, probably soccer fans, who are cheering for their team. Look at this guy. He really went all out, painting almost his whole body for the game. This kid, where is this kid from? You can see the flag of America, the Stars and the Stripes. So he's an American fan. And these people over here, where are they from? Well, we know this red cross. We've seen it so many times before. That, of course, is the symbol for Switzerland. So we can see fans from different countries will go crazy, kind of. They'll do very impressive or very unusual things to show their support for their home team, or whatever team they're favorite of. Now, of course, these are international sporting events. Within the nation, inside of America, for example, people won't paint the American flag on their bodies because everybody's American. But like the Chicago, if somebody's from Chicago and somebody's from New York, they'll wear the colors or paint their bodies in the colors of their home or city team. Okay, and they will do that, or they'll wear the jerseys, the famous jerseys. Jersey is the sport shirt that the athlete wears with the number on the back of their favorite player on that team. And that's what fans will do. They'll show their support. Okay, well, before we go into the reading, of course, we need to learn some vocabulary. So let's take a look at some vocabulary having to do with supporting your favorite team. Our first word is, of course, a group of people working together. Look at these big guys here. They're very big, aren't they? They look strong. They look tough. This, of course, is a football team. When I say football, I mean American football. Some, of course, Europeans say football is soccer. They don't use the word soccer. But in America, if you say football, you're talking about this. You're not talking about soccer. You're talking about wearing the helmet and the football, throwing it. It's a different sport. But anyway, whether it's football, soccer, or European football, what do you have? You have a group of people working together. Of course, we say that's a team. And we talked about that before. You will support your favorite team. Next word, beyond, at a greater point. So if you're here and you want to go beyond, you want to go further down the road, the word, of course, is further. You want to go beyond. You want to go at a greater point than where you are now. Of course, further doesn't just mean distance. It can also mean, you know, if you want to improve your studies, you want to improve something further, right? Or are there any further questions is another very common expression. Are there more questions? Are there questions beyond right now that we can explore these different areas? So in some cases, we have different expressions with further. Are there any further questions? We have to go a little further, okay? Of course, we can get confused with farther. If you say farther, A-R-T-H-E-R, you're only talking about distance. Farther. We have much farther to go today. Okay. Number 3. A person who supports a team or a person. We talked about that, right? These people who are dressed in different colors in their team, these people, this is, like I said before, this is inside America. They're not dressed in the national flag of America. They're dressed in the colors of their team, probably their college team. And of course, they are called fans. Of course, that's it right here, fan. A fan is a person who is supporting their team. Now, you can have a super fan. Super fans. Most people are normal fans, right? They cheer for their team, they go out. But super fans, they really go crazy. Okay. Okay, number 4. A small, tasty meal. So sometimes between breakfast and lunch, you get hungry. Especially between lunch and dinner, you might get hungry. What do you want? You want to eat a snack. A snack. Please remember that. Snack is countable. Let's have a snack. Not let's have snack. No, let's have a snack. Did you have a snack this afternoon? Okay. What do you want to have for a snack? Okay. So snack is countable in this case. We say but even though if you have like many pieces of fruit and maybe a candy bar, you call it all a snack. So a snack is kind of like the entire thing that you eat during that short time. That's a snack. But usually it's just one thing, like a candy bar or a piece of fruit. Okay. Number 5, to help or to hold up. Now, if you help somebody or if you're holding something up, what are you doing? You are supporting. You're supporting that. This is what fans do. Fans support their teams. But you can also use support in many different ideas. For example, if a house is built on a hill, you might have like pillars supporting the house, right? It just means to hold something up. So support can be used in different ideas. In this case, though, we're talking about supporting a team, right? You're showing your energy or your support for that team. Number 6, very serious and extreme. If something's very serious, very extreme, we say it is intense. Sometimes, of course, at the international level, at the World Cup level, soccer players are the best in the world. Their play is very intense. They're very serious about their sport. And sometimes they do some extreme moves, right? Like maybe they kick backwards, right? The goal is behind them, they kick and the ball goes behind them into the goal. That is extreme, that's very intense. And of course, as fans, we like to see those intense moments. That's what makes the game very exciting. 7, having a lot of energy. So if somebody has a lot of energy, we say they're energetic. That's very easy, right? Energy is the noun. Energetic is the adjective. He has a lot of energy. He is energetic. Okay? So that would be the adjective for energy. 8. To quit or to stop trying. Okay, if somebody stops trying, like they're boxing and somebody falls down, they can't get up, they say, I've had enough. What do? They give up. Sometimes when kids fight, they shouldn't fight really, but sometimes you'll see the kids will hold the other kid on the ground and say, do you give up? Or usually brothers when they're fighting, right? One brother say, will you give up? You know, stop fighting, right? Let's stop fighting. But they want the other person to give up. Or sometimes in a video game, you say, oh, it's hopeless. I don't want to play to the end because I know I can't win, so I give up. That means to quit or to stop trying. I give up, or do you give up? Okay. Number 9, an entertaining and difficult action. What is an entertaining and difficult action? We can say a trick. A trick is something that magicians, this is a magic trick, right? We usually think of trick in terms of magic. Some famous magicians will do tricks that are difficult to do, but they're very entertaining. It's also difficult to figure out how did he do that, right? And that is a trick. Number 10, what the heck is that? Okay, that's not a real animal, right? It's an animal, a personality that is a symbol of a team. So somebody who's a symbol of a team, you have different symbols for different teams in Korea, right? But we call those things mascot, a mascot. So different teams will have different animals or like a person in a funny costume, and they are the mascot. So usually it's an animal like bears or eagles, dolphins, something like that. They will be the mascot for the team. The next one, number 11, is to walk over violently. Of course, this is acting right here. She's walking over this guy violently. She's trampling this guy. But usually when you think about this word trample, it's not just one person. It's like a crowd of people. Many people, and maybe they're scared, or maybe they're excited, or they're very enthusiastic, and they don't think about safety, right? They're just running as a group. And sometimes this can be very dangerous, especially in crowded or narrow areas where many people are moving, and somebody falls down. Other people might not even know that person is there because there's so many people, they will trample the person who's on the ground. So usually this is not, it's usually many people walking over another person, or it doesn't even have to be a person. You can trample the ground. If there's grass and many people trample the grass, then they walk over the grass, maybe they ruin the grass. So you trample in an area. Okay. 12, a sweet drink with bubbles in it. A sweet drink with bubbles in it. You're thinking bubble tea? Well, we think about soda. The bubbles are little gas, little bubbles of gas. Of course, when you pour Coca-Cola or cider, you say cider in Korea. In America, we'd say Sprite, or we would say a 7-Up. You have the carbonation, the little bubbles that rise in the drink. And that's a sweet drink with bubbles in it. Not bubble tea. You could say that, but in this case, we're talking about soda. 3, ink that is under the skin forever. So somebody will have, an artist will draw or put this ink under the skin of a person. It's kind of painful to do, and once it's there forever. You can't change it. So later on, oh, I don't like it. Sorry. What are you going to do? It's there, and it's very painful to get it off. So be very careful if you do this. But they're calling it a tattoo. Tattoo. Tattoo isn't an English word, by the way. It comes from the South Pacific. When the English sailors were in that area and they saw the natives, they had tattoos. And that's what they called it on those islands. They said tattoo. So the English sailors brought that word back to England with them, and it became part of the English language. Tattoo. Very interesting. Anyway, so that's a tattoo. 14. Being focused and trying hard to do something. Being focused on something, trying very hard to do it, it means you are dedicated. You are dedicated. You are focused on your task. So you are very dedicated in doing your task. Now, dedicated is an adjective. The noun, of course, is dedication. So, he has dedication. He is dedicated. He has dedication. He is dedicated. Okay, next one, 15. Whoa, this is very dangerous, right? Bullfighting. To move suddenly and powerfully in one direction. To move suddenly and powerfully in one direction. What do bulls do? Bulls charge, right? They suddenly start running towards something, and a bull is very powerful. It's charging. So it's not just bulls. Horses can charge, people can charge, teams can charge, a crowd of people can charge. It just means moving quickly and powerfully in one direction. 16, to cover with colored liquid. Of course, there's many forms or many ways to do this. What is this guy doing? Of course, he is painting a house. But of course, we can also think about artists like Rembrandt or Monet, right? They are using paint to paint beautiful pictures. So, to cover with colored liquid, whether it's very simple, like painting a house, or painting a masterpiece, like the Mona Lisa, right? Your painting is just to paint. Okay, well, that's the words. Let's take a look at the exercises, okay? The first one here, we need to fill in the blanks for all of these. The first one is, our soccer beep isn't very good. We need practice. So our soccer what? When we talk about a group of people who play soccer, they're not very good. We need to practice. So our soccer class, our soccer team, our soccer fan, or our soccer group. If you look at three of these, if you look at A, B, and D, those are all about a group of people. C is about one person. Our soccer fan isn't very good. That sounds strange. Our soccer fan is strange. So let's get rid of C. We have A, B, and D. Those are all talking about a group of people. But what's the most common way to describe a group of people who play sports? Do we say a soccer class? No, a class is for studying. Do we say a soccer group? That's close, but it's not that common to say a soccer group. It's much more common to say soccer team, and that's the answer. Our soccer team isn't very good. We need practice. So team is the best. Remember, A, B, and D are all a group of people, but B is the best answer because it's the most common way to describe a group of people who play a sport together. Okay, number 3, we're skipping 2. That storm was really what? That storm was really beep. It almost knocked that tree over. So a storm that is very strong, it almost knocks, a tree is strong, but a storm comes along and almost knocks the tree down. What is it? That storm was really brief, intense, upset, or heavy. Which one sounds the best? Storm was brief, that means very quick, so that's not right. The storm was very intense. Intense, remember, is very focused and very strong in some area, and extreme, right? So if a storm is extreme or focused on some area, it is intense and it's very strong. The storm was upset. That doesn't make sense because storms don't have feelings. Oh, that storm looks angry. Oh, that storm looks happy. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, and heavy, we don't say storms are heavy. It's a strange relationship. We don't say that. We say storms are intense or fierce or strong or dangerous. But intense is a very good word to use to describe a storm. Okay, number 5. I know I just ate supper, but I really want a what? So what do you usually eat after supper? After supper, what do you normally eat? You want something sweet. Usually after I eat supper, I want something sweet after supper. So I know I just ate supper, but what do I want? You want what? A, dessert, B, snack, C, fork, D, breakfast. Be careful here with A, dessert. Okay? There's two words that are very similar, dessert and the other word is dessert. Now be very careful. If this word had two S's, it would be correct because that's common. After dinner, I always want to have a little bit of dessert, like something sweet, a piece of cake, maybe a cookie, some candy, you know, just to have after dinner. And that's very common to have dessert after dinner. But desert with one S is like the Sahara Desert, right? Very dry, no trees, no water. So, of course, you don't eat the Sahara Desert after dinner. Well, that's crazy, right? So, desert, be careful. Desert or dessert, right? This is desert, not dessert, so it doesn't fit. Okay. B, snack. What is dessert? Dessert is like a snack, right? So that is the answer right there. A snack, B. A fork. I really want a fork. That doesn't make sense. I want breakfast after you ate supper. No, you have to sleep first. Next morning, then you have breakfast. The best answer here is snack because I know I just ate supper. I just ate supper. I know that. But I really want a snack. I want something more to eat. Now, usually after supper, after dinner, by the way, Americans say dinner and supper are the same. It's the meal you have in the evening. After that, we usually have dessert. Dessert is only after supper. We don't have dessert after lunch. You don't have dessert after breakfast. After breakfast, after lunch, you have a snack. But you can also have a snack after dinner. After dinner, you can have dessert, or you could also call it a snack. It doesn't matter. Okay, anyway, that's kind of complicated. Number 7. My dad always beat me in school. What does your dad always do with you in school? Does he clean you in school? I hope not. The other kids were, right? Strange dad. Okay, don't do that. My dad always packs me in school, puts you in a suitcase? No, that's crazy. My dad always supports me in school. He supports me in school. That's interesting. Or my dad always brings me in school. Supports sounds correct. What about brings? Can we say my dad always brings me in school? No, because we use brings you to school. So the correct answer is support. My dad always supports me in school. You support someone in something. I support him in his efforts. I support him in his field or in his job. But you bring somebody to a place. So support is the correct answer here. Okay, well, let's take a break here. We'll take a short break and we'll go into the reading section next, so don't go away. Hello kids, how are you today? Well, are you ready to begin studying again with Reading for Vocabulary? We're on Unit 3 now, and we're talking about pets, right? In this unit, it's called Caring for animals. So what animals do we care for? Usually our pets. The lesson title is Your Dog the Celebrity. Remember a few lessons ago, we learned that celebrity is a very famous person. Is your pet a famous person or famous? Yes, it's famous to you. You think about your pet a lot, right? So that's kind of an interesting title. We're going to focus on, though, in this lesson, how to train your dog. Because if you train your dog well, maybe your dog can become a celebrity to many other people as well and can win a dog show. We'll read about that later. But before we get into the reading, of course, we need to study some vocabulary words. So let's begin. The first word that we're going to look at here is the word that means to give a gift for doing a good job. So if someone gives either a dog or you or your friend, if they do a good job, if you do a good job, your parents might do something, your teacher might do something, they will give you some kind of gift, right? It could be time, like, okay, you can play a video game for 2 hours after you finish your homework. Good job? Okay, now you can play video games, or you can go play with your friends. What is that? It's a reward. So people will give you a reward for doing a good job. You can give your dog or your pet a reward for doing a good job. That's reward. How about number 2? Special delicious food. Looks good, right? 맛있어요. But be careful, don't eat too much. Of course, we're talking about treat. This looks like candy, and yes, candy is a type of treat. But there are many types of treats. For example, if you really like fruit, strawberries can be a treat. Ice cream is a treat. Your favorite food can be a treat. Mom says, oh, you did a good job. We'll give you a treat today. And she gives you your favorite sandwich for lunch, right? All these things are treats. Okay, next one. The ability to stay calm. Sometimes we want to get really angry, right? Oh, things really make us so angry. But the ability to stay calm when you get angry is very good. And this ability is called patience. Patience. Very important. It's a very good ability to have. So work on your patience. Next time, don't get angry. Think, okay, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. So be patient, have patience. Okay? So it's a good ability to have. Work on that. Practice that. Very important. Okay. Next one is how one follows rules. This boy's like, oh, do I have to follow the rules, right? Do I have to always behave correctly? And that's our word, really. Behavior. Behavior is the noun. Behave is the verb. To behave. To behave. So your mother will tell you, please behave. Have good behavior. Follow the rules. Okay, next one. Number 5, someone whom others follow. Usually in a group, there's one person who takes charge and everybody follows that person. We call that person the leader. So in every group, there is one leader and many followers, right? And sometimes people will ask you, are you a leader or a follower, right? Do you lead your group? Or do you follow the leader in your group? So really there's only one leader, remember. There can be many followers. Okay, next one. An answer to a problem. The answer to a problem, if you have this looks like a word problem or a crossword problem, some kind of puzzle, right? What is the solution? What's the solution to the problem? And problem can be many types of things. Not just a puzzle in a book, but a problem can be like in your life. You have a problem. What do I do? I need some advice. Somebody might give you some good advice that is the solution to your problem. It will solve your problem. It will solve your problem. So the solution will solve your problem. Okay, next one. being trustworthy and honest to another. If you are trustworthy, if you trust somebody and you are honest to that person, and even if they do something that you think is not good or maybe they hurt you a little bit, but you say, no, I forgive them and I will continue to help them and be honest with them, then you are loyal. Okay, everybody makes mistakes, right? So if you can forgive that person, maybe they made an honest mistake, but don't give up on that person. Be loyal. Dogs are very loyal to their masters, right? Dogs will follow and they will trust and they will, dogs will be honest, I guess, to their owners because they're loyal. They will follow their owners. Dogs are very loyal. Okay, next one. Simple and necessary. Something that's simple and necessary, what could that word be? We're talking about basic. Something that's very basic. Basic means easy, right? When you go to school, you go to elementary school first. That's basic. You learn the basic skills, reading, writing, and doing math, arithmetic. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. So we learn the basic skills, the first or simple skills. Simple but necessary. You need to learn the basic skills in order to advance and become better at something. Okay, next one. Oh, 냄새 나빠요, right? To get rid of solid waste from your body. Bloop, right? In Korean, I think you say dong, right? Be careful, 조심해요, right? If you have a dog in your apartment, you can step in the what? In the poop. In the poop. 냄새. And it's on your foot. 너무 싫어요. Then you have to wash it off, right? By the way, this is poop. Another one where the doggy goes to the bathroom, but it's like water. I think you say 오줌. Yeah, 오줌. Then you say pee. So pee and poop. Well, actually, by the way, people will also say poo, right? Pee and poo. Sometimes people will say poop also. It's just, it doesn't matter. You can say poo or poop, doesn't matter. Pee usually is just pee, okay? Very interesting lesson here, right? Okay, so a couple of things you have to be careful of, especially when you have a pet. You get up in the morning, you're going to the bathroom and, oh no, did you step in pee or did you step in poo? Okay, then you have to say to the dog, hey, go to the bathroom in the right place. Okay, next one. Trash. This is just another word for trash. There's many different words for trash, and that is, another one is garbage. Be careful, sometimes people will say waste. But waste is not so commonly used for the things that you throw away from your house, right? In your house, you have garbage. Mom will say, take out the garbage. Throw away the garbage. She could also say, throw away the trash. She would never say, throw away the waste. No, waste is usually used when we're talking about a factory or industry or like pollution. We don't usually use waste when we're talking about the garbage in our houses or in our classroom, right? Waste is usually things that are left over or things that are not used or just thrown away on a big scale, like industrial scale in a factory. In our houses, we say garbage or trash. And you could say like 휴지통, right? We can say trash can or garbage can. We don't say waste. Well, but some people say waste paper can or waste bin. That's possible, but it's common to say trash can or garbage can or bin. Okay, next one. 11, to honor and look up to. If you honor somebody and look up to that person, what are you doing? You respect that person. Okay, respect can be a verb. It can also be a noun. That's a V. Sorry about that. That's a V. So verb and noun. You can have respect for someone and you can respect someone. So as a verb, I respect you. As a noun, I have respect for you. Okay? So respect can be a verb or a noun. Next one. To try, whoa, this is kind of cool. Whoa, look at that cat. Ah, right? What is this cat doing? And this cat is like, whoa, watch out. This cat is trying to harm. Of course, they're just playing, right? Cats are very cute, 귀엽지요, right? When they're playing. So this cat is attacking, attack, right? Of course, you probably know attack from playing video games, right? A lot of video games, you attack the other team or the other player. Okay, next one. To not pay attention to. She looks upset, right? She's not happy with him, right? And he's sorry. He's like saying, I'm sorry. But she's not happy. She doesn't want to talk to him. What is she doing? She is ignoring him. To ignore somebody. Sometimes when you're angry with your friends, you ignore them, right? Because you're angry. But be patient, right? Be patient. Listen to them. Try to forgive them. Okay, what did they do? But by the way, this is interesting. She turned her back on. So the expression is turn someone's back on another person. So she turned her back on him. That's a good expression to use. In fact, if you watch The Lion King, it's kind of an old movie, but it's a great movie. There's a good scene in there where Scar, the evil lion, walks away from Mufasa, right? And Mufasa says, don't turn your back on me, right? And that's a very interesting expression, right? Don't turn your back on me. Don't ignore me. So it's a good idiom. Okay, next one. Whoa, this guy looks really weird. Looks strange. He's mad. Another word for mad is angry, right? We already talked about that, right? When I was talking about patience, right? It's very easy to get very angry at something. But another word for angry is mad. But be careful. Americans say mad is the same as angry. That's American English. If you're British, usually British people will say mad is the same as crazy, right? Michisoyo, right? Ah, crazy. Oh, he's mad. So if a British person says, oh, he's mad, it means he's crazy. But if an American person says he's mad, it means he's angry. Okay, so be careful. There's difference between American English and British English in several ways, and this is one of them. Okay. A room with a toilet, sink, and usually a shower or bath. Okay, of course, you go to this place every morning, right? You go poo there. You pee there. Okay, but be careful using poo and pee. Usually people say you go to the bathroom in this room. You take a shower in this room. You brush your teeth in this room. What is it? Of course, it's the bathroom. And of course, because there's a bath there, that's the important thing. It's the bathroom. Okay. Next one, being afraid. Who likes to go to the dentist? Ugh, I don't like to go to the dentist. Ugh. So we might be scared of the dentist. We're scared of the dentist. We're afraid of the dentist, right? Hopefully your dentist is good and doesn't make you scared. But don't worry, you need to go to the dentist many times in your life. Next one. Okay, let's talk about the review. Okay, let's see how well we remember these words. Our instructions are choose the word that best completes the sentence. Here are our words down here, and here are blanks. And you'll notice we're skipping all the even numbers. So we're just going to do 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, so we'll just do 4. Okay, so number 1, John is a beep friend. He would never lie to me. So think about that word again. Somebody who is honest and trustworthy. You can depend on them. What word did we learn that means that? Okay, loyal, bad, basic, or new? Well, if you remember, we said loyal. Loyal friend is a person who never lies to you. It's somebody who you can trust and who is always honest to you. Lie is the opposite of honest, right? So if somebody is loyal to you, they are always honest with you. They are loyal. They won't lie to you. They won't do something to hurt you, okay? They are loyal. Okay, number 3. The teacher will beep us with a pizza party, but only if we do well on the test. So, we got a couple things here, right? We have one thing is pizza party. A pizza party, that's a great thing, right? Yay, we're very happy to get a pizza party. That's something very good. But we only get it if what? We do well on the test. If we do a good job on the test, the teacher will do something, right? What word did we learn that means something like that? The teacher will give us a gift if we do a good job. What word means that? A, train, B, reward, C, inform, and D, let. And of course, they're all verbs because only a verb will fit in here after will. So, train, reward, inform, or let. Of course, you remember the word is reward. The teacher will reward us because if we do a good job, we do well in the test, the teacher will reward us. What is the reward? A pizza party, yay! Not train, not inform, not let, those don't fit. The best word is reward. Okay, next one. Number 5. Fighting and lying are bad what? Okay, now think about it. The rules at school. Think about the rules at school or the rules at your home. Are you allowed to fight and to lie at home? No, that's against the rules at home. In school, are you allowed to fight your classmates or lie to your teacher? No, that's against the rules of the school. So behavior that is against the rules of something, okay, I just said the answer there, right? Is like fighting and lying. Is it A, patience, B, problem, C, behavior, or D, tricks, right? I just said behavior, right? Fighting and lying are bad behavior. It's against the rules of a certain place. That's what we talked about before. It's not bad patience. That doesn't make sense. Bad problem. Fighting and lying are bad problems, right? You could do that, but remember you have to have S at the end of that. Fighting and lying are bad tricks. That's isangheo. It's best to say fighting and lying are bad behavior. That's the best answer there. Okay, number 7. The new team, beep, is very strong. Okay? So the new team what? Remember on a team there are many people, right? And who are those people? A lot of those people are followers, but there's one person in that group who's going to do what? A, homework, B, trick, C, treat, or D, leader. Okay? So think about that. Which word makes sense here? The new team homework? Doesn't make sense. The new team trick? That doesn't fit. The new team treat? That doesn't make any sense at all. The new team leader? That's the only one that makes sense. Right? So that must be the answer. The new team leader is very strong, right? So the leader of the team is a strong person, so that team is probably also pretty strong. You got to be careful. Okay, well, that wraps up the vocabulary section of the lesson. Let's take a short break and go to the reading. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. I'm Brian Staurt. We're continuing on our subject, our unit, Caring for Animals. Our lesson 8 is Living with Animals. Do you live with an animal? Do you have a pet? Probably if you have a pet, you're living with an animal. So we're going to focus on how humans live with animals. How do humans live with animals? But we'll not just look at pets. In the reading passage, they'll also mention some other ways that human beings have lived with animals a long time ago and through history, but just briefly. But first, of course, before we do any reading, we should study some vocabulary first. Are you ready? Let's begin with our first word. Whoa, these guys look really cool, don't they? Right? Something we watch or do for fun. Something that we watch or that we do for fun. What could that be? Well, we're looking for entertainment. What a long word. Entertainment. So, entertainment. Entertainment. 4 syllables. Entertainment. Long word, right? Entertainment is something we watch. So if you watch a TV show, it could be a drama. It could be a music show. It could be a documentary, something about history. But it's entertaining. That's entertainment. Something we do for fun. We play a video game. We go play soccer. That's also a form of entertainment. Okay, so entertainment has many different forms, or there's many types of entertainment. Okay, next word. A very sad situation. Looks like a person has died. A police funeral. A police officer has died. The state of being dead, we say death. Death. There is a death in the family is a common expression. There was a death. Death is usually used as a noun. There was a death in the family. It means somebody in the family died. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, hopefully not child, right? But there was a death in the family. There was a death of a police officer, and this is the funeral. A funeral is to mark the death of a person, a funeral. Okay. Next one. To keep something working. So this person here is a mechanic. It's his job to make sure that this car keeps on working. His job is to maintain, right? A-I, same sound, maintain. Maintain the vehicle. Make sure that it keeps working. And not just that it keeps working, but it keeps working well. Okay? And that is the job of a mechanic. But not just mechanics, everybody should work to keep something working well. You should keep your body working well. Get enough sleep, right? Eat the proper foods. Maintain your health. Okay, so it's not just mechanics who maintain things. Everybody maintains things. We want to keep the things we use working well. We should maintain our bodies. We should maintain the things that we use to make sure they keep working. Don't neglect. Don't ignore the things that you have. Maintain them. Make sure they keep working well. Number 4. Oh, this is very sad. She feels pain. She is suffering. Okay? To suffer. To suffer. It's a verb, right? Usually we say, if we see her, we don't say she is suffer. We say she is suffering. I-N-G. She is suffering. He looks like he is suffering. Okay? But you can also, of course, just use suffer. She suffers from, right? She suffers from the flu. She suffers from a breakup. Her boyfriend broke up with her. So she suffers from that. Okay? But usually we say she is suffering. We don't say why. Okay? Okay. Number 5. To teach new information. To teach new information is to educate somebody. Right now you are being educated. I'm teaching you about English and we're going over vocabulary. So right now I am educating you. When you go to school, you are being educated by your teachers and your textbooks. When you go to the library and you read a book, you're being educated. It's very important to continue to be educated throughout our lives, even after you finish school. Read books that you're interested in and subjects that you're interested in. Watch documentaries on television or watch movies about history. And always don't give up being educated, right? Education is very important. 6. More than what is useful or needed. More than what is useful or needed is extra. If you have something that you don't need, right? You don't need it. It's more than what is useful. You don't need it for using it. It's not something that you need to use. It's just something extra, right? Something above and beyond what you need or what is useful. It's extra. Usually it's a bonus. We think of it in the terms of positive thinking, right? So a dessert after dinner is something extra for you to eat. You don't need it. Maybe it's not useful, but you like it, right? That's extra. Okay. Sometimes your mom will put something extra in your lunch when you go to school, or you'll get something extra from your friends if they give you something. You don't need it. Maybe it's not useful, but it's something that you like. It's extra. 7. A place to keep animals for people to see. So these people are visiting what? They're visiting the zoo. The giraffe lives in the zoo. Well, this giraffe lives in the zoo. Most giraffes live in the wild, right? But in many cities, there are zoos where people can go and they can see animals. These animals are not tame. They're not pets. They're kind of wild animals. Even though they don't live in nature, they live in a place that's built by human beings. They are in a zoo, but they are not tame. You have to be careful when approaching these animals because they're maybe not used to being around human beings. Okay, we say that, of course, that's a zoo. I forgot the word, zoo. When you say this word, pronunciation, z, zoo, zoo, not Jew, zoo, zzz. You get some vibration. So make your mouth wide like that and make your tongue vibrate, zoo. And you got it, zoo. Okay, next one. Whoa, this kid's really smart, right? Unique and different, right? Most children do not write these types of diagrams. You have to be very smart and very intelligent to be able to do this. We say, this person is special. Some kids, some young people are very smart. They're like geniuses. And they are able to do these types of things at an early age. Maybe even better than people who are a lot older than them. Some of them are a lot smarter than their teachers in school. They are special kids and they should have special education. Okay, next one. 9. Wow, very nice and peaceful. Very beautiful scene. Having a lot of water in the air. Now, having a lot of water in the air, it's kind of hard to show a picture of that, but basically if you're at the beach, you notice you're next to the ocean, it's very hot. When it's hot, a lot of the water comes into the air, right? And in Korean you say 습기, right? 습기. In English we say it's humid. During the summertime in Korea, it's very humid, isn't it? And you sweat a lot. In the wintertime, it's dry. So the opposite of humid, the opposite, pandero, is dry. It's dry in the winter, but humid in the summer. Humid means it has a lot of water in the air. Next one. People who make sure we follow the laws. Who are people that make sure we follow the laws? We call these people police. This person is a policeman, but there are also police women. Okay, if you just want to talk about police, you can just say police. It doesn't mean man or woman, it's just the police. And usually we say the police force. It's a group of people, men and women, who make sure we follow the laws. They enforce the law. If he is breaking the law by speeding, going too fast, or if he doesn't stop at the stoplight or stop sign, then this person will write a ticket, making sure that he follows the law next time. 11. Oh, we have they're playing doctor, right? He's going to be the doctor for his younger brother, looks like. What a thing does or is used for. But what a thing does or is used for, we call that a role, right? So what is the role of the things that you use? For example, the mask. What's the role of the mask? The role of the mask, or the function of the mask, is to prevent disease from transferring from one person to another. So what the thing does or what it is used for, we can say what's its role. You could also say what is its function? What is its function? Or what is it used for? What is it used for? What's its role? Okay. Whoa, that was fast. These kids, have you ever done this? What are they doing? They have pillows and they're fighting with each other to try to beat somebody. You fight them. Of course, a pillow fight is very common among brothers and sisters and friends, right? Hey, you're fighting somebody, but you don't mean to hurt them. You're just having fun. You're trying to beat the other person, and you're fighting them. Of course, we also fight people in video games. Don't fight people physically. That's not good behavior. But you're trying to beat the other person. Now, fight is an irregular verb. It has different forms when we use it in past tense. So we say fight, fought, fought. Fight, fought, fought. Okay? That's the different verb forms depending on the verb tense that you're using, present or past tense, whether it's simple past or past perfect. Okay, next one. 13. Ooh, this house looks terrible, right? It's leaning to one side. Situation or environment. The condition of this house is very bad. In fact, this house should be torn down. It's not safe. The condition is unsafe. What is the condition of this house? Dangerous, unsafe. It should be torn down and a new house should be built. A new house, the condition is very good and the condition is safe. Okay? So the situation environment is like the condition. Okay, next one. Made of hardened sand and stone. Made of hardened sand and stone. What is this? This is concrete. Okay? So you see this truck. Sometimes you see these trucks at Kongsujung sites, right? And that's construction site. And they use concrete to build buildings or other types of things, roads, walls. Concrete is used for a lot of different things. And they use sand and stone, crushed up stone, water also, and they can make concrete, okay? Made of hardened sand and stone, concrete. This isn't hard, this is wet, but after it dries, it becomes hard, and it's a very strong building material. Okay, number 15. A huge field with grass and few trees. So a huge field, lots of grass, a few trees here and there. We call this place a plain, a plain. And if you talk about the plains, usually people say the plains. Like if they say the Great Plains is an area designated in the middle of America. It involves states like Texas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, and higher up the Dakotas. These states, there are not a lot of trees. It's just very flat and lots of grass, and there's a lot of farmland there now. A long time ago, it was just grass, and buffalo would run up and down this area, and the Indians would hunt the buffalo. Those were the Great Plains. Okay, so plain, a very flat area, huge field you can see for miles and miles and miles. It takes days to go across the Great Plains. Okay, last word, a deep hole. If you have a deep hole like this looks like a mining operation, but a deep hole, we call it a pit. I used to work for a mining company in America. I was in the human resources department at a large mining company, and that's what we call it. We call it the pit. We say the north pit, the south pit, right? So a pit is a deep hole. But pit doesn't just mean mining. It can be a natural pit. For example, sometimes you hear on the news where the ground just opens up, and they call that a sinkhole, but it's also, you can also say it's a pit. It's just a deep hole in the ground. It's a pit. Okay, that's our words. Let's go over the words. How well do we remember these words? Let's do some exercises. Number 1, I enjoy movies. They are great. Beep. And then we have the words here. So we have A, waste, B, audience, C, entertainment, D, people. What did we say about this word? We said that something that you do for fun, right? Like a movie, it could be playing a video game, it could be playing soccer. There's many forms of it. What is it? Of course, we talked about entertainment. I enjoy movies. They are great entertainment. Not waste, that doesn't make sense. Not audience, that doesn't make sense. And not people. Movies are not people. That's weird. Movies are a form of entertainment. There are many types of entertainment. There are many forms of entertainment. Movies are one type of entertainment. Okay, skipping number 2, going to 3. You can see monkeys in cages at the what? Where can you go and see animals in cages? Hopefully not in cages. That's not very nice. That's not very good. Hopefully they're in open areas, but sometimes they're in large cages. Okay, where do you see them? In the plains, in the jungle, at the zoo, or at the environment? Right? Notice we say at. That's important too, because we don't say at the plains, we say on the plains. We don't say at the jungle, we say in the jungle. Let me write this down for you. On the plains, in the jungle, at the zoo, and in the environment. So really, we see at here, at is here, so that kind of gives us the idea anyway, right? You can see monkeys in cages at the zoo. We say at the zoo. You can say in the zoo, but it's more common to say at the zoo. But we don't say at the plains, we say on the plains. We don't say at the jungle, we say in the jungle. And environment, it's usually common to say in the environment, in an environment. So just looking at the preposition, zoo is the only one that we have to choose, so zoo is the answer, but zoo is also the only one that makes sense. You don't see monkeys in cages on the plains or in the jungle. The jungle is a natural environment. You don't have cages in the jungle where monkeys live. That's crazy. And in the environment, that doesn't fit well with the sentence anyway. The best answer is zoo, even if we don't worry about the preposition. Okay, next one, number 5. I was beep at a good school. What is done to you at a school? Nothing bad. That sounds bad. What is done to you at a school? But in a positive sense, what happens to you at school, right? Are you educated? Are you entertained? Are you kept? Are you treated? Well, you could be all 4 of those things, but one of those is the best choice. I was educated at a good school. Hopefully, if it's a good school, you will get a good education. So you will be educated at a good school. I was educated at a good school. You could say I was entertained at a good school, but the purpose for going to school is not to be entertained. The purpose for going to school is to be educated. So that's not a very good fit. I was kept at a good school. This sounds like you were kept a prisoner at a good school. That sounds a little strange. It's possible grammatically, but it sounds strange. I was treated at a good school. And that sounds odd too, because that doesn't say anything. You were treated at a good school? Usually we have to say I was treated well or I was treated poorly, right? How were you treated? If you just say I was treated at a good school, that doesn't say anything. What does it say? And so it doesn't fit. The best answer is educated. I was educated at a good school. It means I got a good education. 7, my dog is beep. He has 2 different colored eyes. Well, that's strange. If your dog has one blue eye and one brown eye, that's kind of strange, right? So would you say your dog is poor, your dog is special, your dog is small, or your dog is old? Okay? Well, strange can be unusual, right? It can be different. It can be special, not ordinary, right? So the only one that fits is special. Poor doesn't fit. My dog is poor, doesn't have any money. Dogs don't care about that. My dog is small. Okay, your dog is small, but why would you say he has 2 different colored eyes? That's not an example of being small. My dog is old. Okay, well, he's old, but why would you say he has 2 different colored eyes? Having 2 different colored eyes is not an example of being old, but having 2 different colored eyes is an example of being special. So make sure that this adjective fits the explanation or the example, right? If this example does not fit the adjective, it's not a good match. It's not a good connection. So special is the best choice here because you're saying the first sentence and then you're giving an example of that. Okay, so always make sure you have that connection when you're filling in exercises like this. Okay, that wraps up the vocabulary section. Now let's take a short break and go into the reading part. Let's take a break. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. I'm your host Brian Staurt. We're going over the same topic. We're talking about caring for animals. But in this lesson, lesson 9, we're going to focus on who helps sick or injured pets. The title, of course, is A Healthy Pet is a Happy Pet. So if your pet is not healthy, what happens? Who helps? that pet? Who helps a sick or injured pet? Well, that's what we're going to read about in today's lesson. But as usual, let's learn some vocabulary first. Now, our first word is uh-oh. Here we have a problem, right? Hurt, having a cut or other injury. This poor baseball player looks to be injured, right? Maybe they got hit by the ball, or they twisted their leg, or something happened, or another player ran into that person. So what do we call a person who becomes injured while playing or working or doing whatever, right? You could be walking to school and you can become injured, right? So if you hurt yourself or you get hurt, somebody else hurts you, and you have a cut or you have a bruise, there are many types of injuries, right? Many types of injuries, but you are injured. Part of your body is damaged. That means injured. Now be careful, because injured doesn't mean the same as sick. If you're sick, that means you have a virus or some kind of disease, right, that's affecting your body and you don't feel right. If you're injured, there's been some kind of physical damage to your body, okay? So injury and sickness are different. Remember that, okay? And that's how in the title we had to say who helps sick or injured animals, because they're different. A sick animal is not the same as an injured animal. It's a different type of problem. When you're sick, it's a different problem than if you're injured. Okay, so those are two different conditions. Okay, next one. A medicine that keeps you from getting sick. Now, right, it's terrible, and probably you were in this situation before, but it's very important that you go to the doctor, and the doctor gives you medicine, usually a shot, right, that helps you from becoming sick later. Everybody has it, right? Now, we call these things a vaccine. It's a medicine that you get when you're young to prevent you from getting sick later. Some people still have the bump on their arm from where they got a shot when they were young. Usually it's for smallpox or some other disease like that, like polio. And this is a vaccine. Of course, we live in a very convenient age. The modern age that we live in is very convenient. We don't think about it. But medicine has developed so we can take these vaccines when we're young. We don't have to worry about these diseases. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, people died by the thousands, by the millions from diseases that we don't worry about today because of vaccines. So yes, it hurts, but it's important to get a vaccine. People will say shot. Have you gotten your shots yet? Or I need to get a shot. So to get a shot, get a shot, because it's like a shot that you get in your arm. And that's usually a vaccine for something that will prevent you from getting sick. Nowadays, we hear a lot about the flu shot. The flu shot, it's a vaccine to prevent you from getting the flu, and people will take it every year before winter starts to protect them from the flu. Okay, next one. 3, sharing equally with others. So these two artists or producers, or I'm not sure what's going on here, they're sharing their award equally. What they have, that award, what do they have? They have it in common. If you have something in common with somebody, that means you share that condition or that attribute, right? If you and your mother are very similar in appearance, right? Your appearance, you share your appearance in common. If you and your father have the same sense of humor, right? You share that same sense of humor, then you have a sense of humor in common. It means you have something similar to somebody else. Okay, next one, number 4. Whoa, that's kind of a funny looking picture, right? Here's a little boy, and he's meeting his younger brother or sister, but not yet. His younger brother or sister is still in his mommy's belly, right? Having a baby growing inside one. So mom here, what can we say about mom? She has a baby inside of her womb, inside of her belly, right? She is pregnant. So she is pregnant. Sometimes people will say she's with child, but she is pregnant. Okay. Next one, difficult. Something that is very difficult to do, like climb the rocks without a shirt on, that's tough. Okay, I'm just kidding about without the shirt on. It's tough even with a shirt on. But it's difficult, it's tough, right? So they're synonyms, basically. If you say something's very difficult, you can say, oh, it's very tough, right? For example, if you have a difficult test, you can say, whoa, that test was very tough. It was a tough test. It was a difficult test. 너무 힘들어, right? It was tough or it was difficult. Next one. When a doctor cuts you open, and fixes you, that's what's going on here. And this is something that's extreme, right? Oh, thankfully, it's not very common. But sometimes, some people, maybe us, maybe you, maybe me, might have a situation where the doctor needs to actually cut open our body and fix something inside to help cure us. What do we call that procedure? We say it is surgery. Okay? Now, the verb that we usually use with surgery is perform. The doctor will perform surgery. Or I need to, another way that we call this is operation. An operation. I need to have an operation. So if I'm in the hospital and I say, I have to have an operation, that means the doctor will perform surgery on me, right? The doctor performs surgery on me. I need to have an operation. Those are the common ways that we talk about this situation. Also, surgery can be used as an adjective. For example, the surgery room. This is the surgery preparation room, or this is the surgery area of the hospital. So sometimes surgery can also be an adjective, not just a noun. Okay, but remember, when it is a noun, we usually use, say, perform surgery, and we also say, I need to have an operation, or you need an operation. That's the same idea. Okay, so a couple of common expressions for that situation. Next one. A visit to the doctor to check your health. Now, you should do this every year. Some people go every 6 months, right? Maybe when they're younger, it's important to do that. But you need to regularly go to the doctor to check your health. And that's part of the word, right? Check up. Because the doctor needs to check on you. They need to check to make sure you're not sick. It's called a checkup. And usually people go once a year for their annual checkup. Okay, number 8. A person who treats people for sicknesses and injuries. When you go to the doctor to check for sicknesses, or if you have an injury, who do you go to? What do you call that person? I think I just said it, doctor, right? This person, this lady, she is a doctor, right? And there are many different types of doctors, right? Some doctors will only specialize in like the nose, the throat, and the ears. Some doctors will only specialize in treating children. Some doctors will only specialize in fixing broken bones, right? There are many different types of doctors. Okay, number 9. Happening at the same time every time. So this is like something that happens every time. If you wind this up, this is what musicians usually use, right? It goes tick, 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 every time at a certain time. What do we say? It's regular. It's regular. Clocks are regular. They show us the time all the time, every time, right? And 1 hour, they go around the clock regularly. Our clocks are very regular. We can depend on them. Sometimes we have habits that are regular. For example, every morning you get up, you take a shower, you brush your teeth, or you eat breakfast, then you brush your teeth. That's your regular morning routine. That's regular. If you do something different, that's unusual, right? That would be the opposite. But happening at the same time, every time, that's regular. Okay, next one. Moo, right? We have a couple of cows here. A baby cow, right? Animals will have different names for different sexes, right? Male or female. They'll also have different names for their age, right? We don't really say, we can say baby cow, but you could also say calf. Calf is more specific, right? A baby horse, you could say it's a baby horse, or you could say it's a colt, right? You could say a baby dog, or you can say puppy, right? Isn't it interesting? In English, I don't know if it's the same in Korean, but in English we have all these special words for baby animals, and they're usually a lot different, right? There's also cub, right? For bears and lions and tigers have cubs. Dogs have puppies. Horses have colts. Cows have calves. Oh, so many words to remember, okay? But it's very interesting. Okay, next one. Oh, what's wrong with him? He had a bad haircut, right? He should sue his barber. No, I'm just kidding. He wanted it that way, obviously. You have to specifically ask for this type of haircut, okay? Strange and unusual. I'm making a comment about it because it's not normal to see somebody with a haircut like this. It is, yeah, you could say weird, okay? He's strange, he's unusual. You could also say unique. Now, it's interesting because if we say weird, weird has a little bit of a negative feeling to it. If you say it's weird, it's like, oh, that's weird. But if you say it's unique, that can have a little bit of a positive feeling about it. So it depends on how you look at the situation. If you look at him and says, wow, that's cool, he's unique. Or you can look at him and say, oh, that's not good, it's weird. Okay? So be careful using weird, because weird usually means you have a negative feeling about something. Or unique can be if you have a positive feeling about something, but it's strange, it's unusual, then say, oh, that's unique. Okay, so that's more polite or better feeling associated with unique than weird. Okay, so that's interesting about these words here. Next, a container for carrying something. This is a container for carrying something. If you have to carry your pet, for example, you will carry your pet in a carrier. Usually, we only use this word, though, it's usually used for transporting animals, a carrier. If you have a container for carrying your books, you don't call it a carrier, you call it a backpack. If you have a container for carrying your food to school or to your office, we don't really call it a carrier. You could, but it's a little strange. We just say it's a food container, or if you use the brand name, it's Tupperware, right? So carrier is usually specifically used for a container that carries animals for transportation. Next one, number 13. A place where animals are raised for food. Now, a lot of people, they don't know where their food comes from. They think, oh, food comes from the supermarket. But that's not true. Where does the supermarket get the food? The supermarket is not the original place where the food comes from. The food comes from animals, a lot of animals, and also plants, where the animals are raised for food. Like, for example, pork or beef, sogogi, right? If you want to have bulgogi. Oh, I had a hard time just remembering that. Bulgogi or dweji kalbi, right? That meat comes from where? It comes from a farm. Okay? We say it's a farm where animals are raised for food. Okay? Sometimes people will also call it a ranch. But a ranch has a little bit of a different idea. A ranch is much bigger than a farm, and a ranch is usually where you have a lot of cows or cattle. And that's usually where cattle is raised, and it's usually very big. Farms tend to be small, and farms are also places where they grow plants like corn, wheat, things like that. But a ranch is where, usually specifically for cows, we have very big groups, herds of cattle. Okay, so anyway, farm and ranch. Usually we talk about farm, a place where animals are raised for food. Okay, next one. Now looks like she's doing yoga, right? And she's stretching her body so that her hands are pointing where? They're facing away from the front. Her fingers are pointing away from her front. They are pointing backward. Okay? Now, if you turn around, right? Right now I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you in the front. But I can turn this way. Now I'm looking backward. Okay? It just means facing away from the front. Looking backward or stretching backward. Okay. Next one. A doctor who cares for animals. Now, there's a very long word, veterinarian. We'll see that word later in the reading, veterinarian. But that's a 힘들어 word to pronounce. So a lot of people will just say vet. So veterinarian, woo, 너무 힘들어. Just say vet because it's a lot easier. And most people just say vet. A vet is a doctor who cares for animals. But be careful, because vet sometimes also can mean something else that is completely different. A veteran is a soldier who served in a war or served for their country in the military. Sometimes people will call those people a vet too. He's a vet. He served in the Iraq War. They're not talking about a person who cares for animals, okay? So be careful. Vet can mean a former ex-soldier, right? A person who used to be a soldier, or it can be a doctor who cares for animals. So be careful, don't be confused. If somebody says vet, you have to know the situation. What is the context of the situation? Okay. Last word. 간지러. 깊지야. Okay. A hard cover that goes over a part of your body. Now, unfortunately, this girl, she doesn't seem to be upset about it, but she's been injured, right? She probably broke or sprained her ankle or her foot. So she has to put something on that part of her body to keep the bones from moving. You want to keep the bones in the same position so they can heal together. Now, when I first came to Korea, it was Konglish. People called it gips, right? Gips. But that's Konglish. The word is cast. Now, I was very confused. I was like, why do my students call this a gips? Where does that come from? Well, I learned that this is made of the same material that chalk, white chalk in your classroom is made of, and that's gypsum. Ah, very interesting. So gips comes from the material that the cast is made from, right? And so I don't know where that started, whether it comes from Japan or you know, a lot of Konglish comes from Japan. I don't know where that came from, but somewhere people were thinking, okay, well, the cast is made of gypsum, so they just thought gips, and they called it that. Well, that's Konglish. Americans don't have any idea about that. It confused me when I first heard it. I'm like, where does that come from? We normally just say cast, right? And you put a cast on it, or you wear a cast, just like a shoe or a shirt. You wear a cast, wear a cast, okay? Or you could say the doctor put a cast on my foot. Now, even though you wear it, it's not like a shoe. You can't take it off and put it back on, right? The doctor puts it on, and then 6 weeks later, the doctor has to cut it off, right? So it's not a normal piece of clothing, but we use the same verb, wear a cast. I have to wear a cast for 6 months. And don't say this, that's Konglish. Okay. Let's review. How well do we remember these words? Let's go over the comprehension questions here. Just the same as usual, we have a blank. We need to choose the best word to fill in the blank. Number 1, smallpox. I talked about that before. Smallpox was a disease 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Terrible disease, killed many, many people. It was a sickness that is gone now, thanks to people getting what? Remember, I told you when you're young, it's important to get that medicine, to get a shot. What's in the shot? Is it a checkup? Is it a vaccine? Is it an injury? Or is it a doctor? Well, of course, it's not a doctor. You can't put a person inside that shot. That's crazy. It's not an injury. That doesn't make sense. It's not a checkup. It's, of course, a vaccine, right? Thanks to people getting the vaccine, smallpox is gone. Nobody ever gets smallpox anymore because medicine has advanced so much that we just get the vaccine and the disease has died out in human beings. It's not there anymore. Okay, number 2. The pilot was beep badly when his plane crashed. Think about that. Somebody's flying a plane and they don't land correctly. The plane crashes. Well, what's going to happen? The pilot was what? Celebrated, injured, pregnant, or treated. You can't get pregnant from crashing your plane. That's crazy, okay? You're probably not going to be celebrated. Was celebrated badly? That doesn't make any sense. Celebrated is a good thing. He was treated badly when his plane crashed. That's possible, actually, right? People said, oh, you shouldn't have crashed that plane. But more logically, he was injured badly. That makes more sense because, of course, when you think about it, if you crash a plane or even if you crash a car or even your bicycle, you crash, you could get badly injured. So be careful when you're in a vehicle or riding your bike. You can become injured badly when your vehicle crashes, whether it's a plane, it's a car, or a bike. Be careful and follow the safety rules and regulations. Okay. Number 5, skipping up to number 5, I get along well with my girlfriend. Do you have a girlfriend or boyfriend? Okay. Do you get along well with that person? We have a lot what? If you get along with your girlfriend, it doesn't have to be girlfriend, it could just be friend. You get along well with your friend because we have a lot of what? Of problems. We have a lot of boredom. We have a lot to forget. Or we have a lot in common. What makes sense? If you have a lot of problems with your girlfriend, you don't get along well. Maybe it's time to break up and go find somebody else who you don't have problems with. We have a lot of boredom. That doesn't make sense, right? You get along with somebody because you're both bored together? That's isangheo. We have a lot to forget. Strange too. We have a lot in common. Remember, in common means you share something with somebody else. So if you share something with somebody else, you can understand them better. So if you have a lot, and we say a lot in common, that's a common expression, we have a lot in common, then you get along with the other person. If you don't get along with somebody, you can say we have nothing in common. That's the pandero. That's the opposite, right? So if you meet somebody, you think they could be my friend, but they're very different from you. They don't like the same things that you do. They don't like the same movies or the same music. They don't like the same books. They don't like the same hobbies that you do. You're not going to be able to spend a lot of time with them because you don't like the things they do. You don't have anything in common. You have nothing in common. But on the other situation, if you have many things in common, you have a lot in common. You like the same books, you like the same hobbies, you like the same movies, then you can get along with that person well. Okay, number 7. I can't believe you're beep and you're going to have twins. Have twins. That means that somebody is going to have babies. Now remember what we talked about. What's that word? If somebody has a baby in their belly, what are they? Are they necessary? Are they small? Are they slow? Or are they pregnant? Well, of course, the only one that makes sense is pregnant. I can't believe you're pregnant and you're going to have twins. Not just one baby, but 2 babies, right? At the same time. You're going to have twins. Necessary doesn't make sense. I can't believe you're small. What does that mean? How does that have to do with twins? And I can't believe you're slow is kind of funny too. The only one that makes sense is pregnant. Okay, well, let's take a break now and we'll come back and go over the reading together. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. We're on Unit 4, we're talking about world connections. Lesson 10 is talking about going places. How about you? Have you traveled in your life or have you moved your house from one place to another? Maybe you grew up in one city and moved and lived in another city. Well, we're going to focus on the history of transportation, right? Because human beings have been around for a very long time and human beings like to travel, right? It's part of who we are. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about in this lesson. But first, let's learn some vocabulary words. The first word we're going to go over, wow, this is very exciting, right? It's going very fast. Of course, this is what kind of thing? It's a long vehicle, it's very long vehicle that travels on rails. These are rails. What do we call that? Of course you know it's called a train, right? Korea has a very good train system, KTX, right? The bullet train, it's very fast. You can go from Seoul to Busan in 3.5 hours. Very good. Okay, but that's a train. Okay, the second word here, anything, anything that carries people over land, water, or sea. Of course, we can see a plane here. We talked about train, but we're talking about anything. It could be a plane, a train, a car, a boat. All of these things, what do we call these things? They carry people over land, water, or sea. Carry people anywhere in the world. We call this system transportation. Whew, long word. So, transportation, 4 syllables. Let's say it a little bit more quickly though, like a native speaker. Transportation, transportation, okay? Transportation. Okay, that is basically anything that carries people from one place to another. But transportation is usually thought of as a system, right? Or a type of vehicle, right? It's a type, for example, a train is a type of transportation. A plane is a type of transportation. So when we talk about transportation, we're not talking about one vehicle or a specific vehicle. We're talking about all types of vehicles, anything, okay? So, but if you're going to talk about specific type, then say boat or car, train or plane. But you could also, to use transportation, you can say transportation is very good in Korea, for example. The transportation system is very good in Korea. Okay, next one. 3. Whoa, what's this? This looks a little strange, but if you look carefully and closely, you get it pretty quickly. Of course, you find this in your car. If your family has a car, of course, you probably do, you open the hood of the car and you can see this. This is what makes the car go. It's a machine that provides power. It provides power to your car. Right? It's called an engine. But engines, of course, are also in trains. They're in planes and they're in automobiles, right? Planes, trains, and automobiles, boats, all types of transportation. Not all types. A bicycle is a type of transportation, but it doesn't have an engine, right? So you think of the powerful types of transportation, they have an engine. But other types of transportation that are slower, we use our power, human power, or animal power, horses and carts, right? But most modern transportation uses an engine. Okay, next one. Well, this is very interesting, very kyupji car, right? A very cute car. Useful and sensible. So this is a useful car. It's sensible because it doesn't waste a lot of gas. It only uses enough gas that it needs. So we say something is practical. It's practical. It's enough to get the job done. We don't waste time. We don't waste money. It's practical. Okay? Useful and sensible. Next one, a great achievement. Something that is a great achievement, we say it is a feat. Not your pal, right? Pal 아니요, not feet, F-E-E-T, but feat, F-E-A-T. Pronunciation is the same as feet, right? But feat means achievement. If you have done something spectacular, you have done something great, maybe you won an award, that was a great feat. You accomplished an impressive feat. F-E-A-T, not 냄새, right? Pal, not that. Okay, not feet. Okay, next one. 6, to move through the sky on the wind. So birds do this. Some kinds of airplanes do this. People can do this too if they have a certain device. It's called a hang glider. But anyway, when birds are doing this, they're not moving their wings. They just have their wings out and the wind helps them keep in the air and they're just floating. They're like floating around. We say they are soaring, to soar. Some types of airplanes, right? They don't have an engine. They go up in the air. They're being pulled up in the air by another plane and then they're released. And then they just kind of glide down back to the earth. They're soaring through the air, to soar. A vehicle that travels through the air, I was talking about it already quite a lot. I've mentioned it already many times. Of course, it is a plane or an aircraft. So remember, we can say airplane or just plane. We can also say aircraft. It's a vehicle that travels through the air. Now, aircraft, many different types of aircraft, right? A hang glider, you can say, is a type of aircraft, but it's not a plane. A hang glider, right? That's where the people get in. They just have a bar and there's this big wing above them and they just float, they soar through the air, right? That's a type of aircraft. But mostly we're talking about planes. Mostly when we talk about aircraft, we're talking about planes. And of course, passenger planes, fighter jet planes, small stunt planes. There's many different types of planes. Okay. Hot water in the air. When you cook tea, or when you make tea, don't say cook tea, when you make tea, of course you want the water to boil, right? So hot water will come out in the air once it's boiling, and we call that steam. Be careful, right? Steam, 아파요, right? 조심해요. Be careful because steam can be dangerous, right? Of course, in this situation, maybe not so dangerous, but in a factory or something, be careful, right? Because there's a lot of steam. There can be a lot of steam. 9, to make disappear and then appear in a different place. To make something disappear and then disappear here and then make it appear in another place. So basically I move it from here to there very quickly. This is not real. We only see this in science fiction movies nowadays. Of course, Star Trek was very famous for their what? Teleporter. Okay? They could teleport people from their ship to the planet down below. Okay? So that's called teleport. That's not real. It's only in our imagination. Nobody can do this yet. People are trying to figure out how to do it, but it's not possible to do it now. Okay, teleport. Okay, next one, a vehicle that can travel into space. What is that? Of course, you're very excited about reading about these and hearing about these. Astronauts will go into space on these vehicles. They are also a type of aircraft, but we call them a rocket. Okay? So a rocket is a type of aircraft, right? We saw that word before. Many types of aircraft. Mostly we talk about planes, but rocket is also another type of aircraft. But this one goes into space. Okay. Remember I was talking to you about this one before? I wrote it on the board. A 1 or 2 person aircraft with no engine. It is a hang glider. I taught that to you before. This is a very interesting, very exciting aircraft, right? It's a little dangerous, right? If you do this, you have to be an adult to do this, and you have to have a lot of training to be able to do this. But this is very amazing, isn't it? It would be really cool to be able to do this. And this is a 1 or 2 person, 2 people can sometimes fly in it. There's no engine. You jump off a mountain and you fly. You soar through the air. Next one, a thing that spins and pulls air or water. So on older airplanes, we have this. This is called a propeller. Propeller. That might be a little difficult to pronounce. Propeller. And these are, of course, on older airplanes, right? Nowadays, most airplanes use jet engines. Jets. Most airplanes are jets nowadays, especially the big airplanes that you travel to another country, they use jets. But smaller airplanes and older airplanes, they'll use propellers. Okay, next one. A basic vehicle with 4 wheels. Right before when I was talking about engines, right? Not all transportation has engines. There's no engine on this vehicle, right? But what do we call this? We call this a carriage. Carriage. Now you may know about carriages from fairy tales, right? When you read the fairy tale about Cinderella, right? A carriage comes to take her to the ball, and then the carriage is supposed to bring her back home before it turns into the little mice and the pumpkin, right? So we know about carriages from fairy tales. Carriages were very common hundreds of years ago, before the invention of the car. Rich people would ride around in carriages. Okay. A fuel that powers cars. Of course, if you are with your mom or dad, you're driving around, they have to stop at a 주유소, right? A gas station once in a while. So a fuel that powers car is gas station. In Korean you say 주유소, right? But we say gas station in America. In England, in Britain, they say petrol. Petrol. So British English, they will say, oh, I need some petrol for my car. But Americans don't use the word petrol. If you say petrol in America, people will know what you're talking about, but they hardly ever use that word. So think, oh, that's kind of strange. Did you learn English in Britain? Right? So most Americans will say just gas. I need gas for my car. Let's go to a gas station. British people will say, we need to get some petrol. Let's go to a petrol station. Okay? So gas. Next one, a large balloon filled with hot air that carries people. Okay, this is also very exciting. That would be fun to ride in, right? Of course, it's safer than a hang glider, right? You don't have to have as much training. You just have to be with a person who knows what he's doing or she's doing. So what do we call this? We call this a hot air balloon. And of course, we see all the words there, hot air balloon. Right? It's a big balloon, not a balloon that you hold in your hand at a birthday party. No, this is really big. And it uses hot air to go up in the sky, right? So it's a hot air balloon. Okay, last one. Having to do with sunlight. So these are becoming more and more popular these days, right? This is like future technology. Maybe the future will depend on this type of technology. What are these? These are like panels. Panel, right? A panel is just a flat surface, right? But these are what kinds of panel? They have to do with sunlight. We call them solar panels. But this word here is an adjective, and we use that word in front of anything that uses sunlight. Solar panel, solar car, solar whatever, okay? This is an adjective that we use in front of nouns to describe that they have to do with sunlight, or usually nowadays that they get their energy from the sun. Solar panel gets its energy from the sun, from sunlight. Okay, those are our words. Let's go over the exercises for that vocabulary. The first problem here is after a hot shower. Ooh, hot shower is good in the morning on a winter day, isn't it? Okay, a hot shower, the bathroom air fills with what? So of course, if it's winter, you're taking a hot shower in the morning or at night before you go to bed. Well, actually, that's may make you go to sleep. But anyway, in the bathroom, you notice I can't see, right? If you have glass, you have to wipe the glass. Why? Because the water is hot. It gets in the air. And what do we call that? Is it gas? Is it smoke? Is it steam? Or is it soap? Okay? We might say, oh, it's smoke. No, it's not smoke. Smoke is from a fire, right? This is water vapor. It's not gas. It's not soap, right? Be careful, don't get soap in your eyes. What is it? Of course, we know it's steam, right? Hot air, water that gets very hot, hot water, if it's very hot, it will become steam. And of course, when you're taking a hot shower, there's a lot of steam in the bathroom. If you go to a sauna, there's a lot of steam. People like it. It's healthy for them. Okay. 3, a hammer is not very beep for cooking food. So we're talking about something that is useful or sensible to use for something else. Do we use a hammer to cook food? A hammer we use to pound a nail into wood. You don't use a hammer for cooking food. That's crazy, right? So how do we use that though as an adjective? A hammer is not very, beep, is not very what for cooking food? So it's not. A, silly, B, practical, C, big, D, useless. Remember the word not here. If we said a hammer is not very silly, you might choose silly because, oh, that's silly to use a hammer for cooking food, but we're using not. So not silly means that it's okay, but that's not right. A hammer is not okay to use for cooking food. So silly doesn't work. What about practical? Not practical. Not practical. Practical means useful, sensible, right? A hammer is not practical, it's not useful, it's not sensible. So that's our answer, B. Is not big, that doesn't fit. And useless, remember not useless. If we got rid of not, we said a hammer is useless for cooking food, that's okay. If we said a hammer is silly for cooking food, that would be okay. But we're using not, so the adjective has to be appropriate. Not practical for cooking food. It's not useful, okay? Okay, next one. 5. We took the beep. It was faster than the car or bus and cheaper than a plane. So that's interesting. This problem kind of eliminates choices for you. So you took something. In other words, you took some type of transportation. We take transportation. You can take a plane, you can take a boat, you can take a taxi, you can take a car, whatever. So we take some type of transportation, but what kind of transportation? Well, we know what it's not. We know it's not a car, not a bus, and we know it's not a plane, okay? But we also know a couple more clues. It was faster than a car, faster than a bus. Not faster than a plane, just cheaper than a plane. Interesting. So those are the clues. Not a car, not a bus, not a plane, faster than a car, faster than a bus, and cheaper, not as expensive as a plane. What could it be? Our choices are horse, rocket, train, or bicycle. Well, let's look at them. A horse. Is a horse faster than a car or a bus? No, of course not. Cars are much faster than horses. They can go much longer distances and much quicker. So it's not a horse. A rocket. Okay, faster than a car or bus? Yeah, a rocket is faster than a car or bus. Is it cheaper than a plane? No, rockets are really, really expensive. Okay, you have to be a millionaire to go into space on a rocket if you're going to pay for it. Okay, what about a train? A train is faster than a car or bus. That's true. It's cheaper than a plane. Yeah, train tickets are usually a lot cheaper than plane tickets. That's our answer, train. We took the train. Faster than a car or bus and cheaper than a plane. It's not faster than a plane, it's just cheaper than a plane. And bicycle, we know bicycle's not faster than a car or bus, so that's not the answer either. Okay, number 7. Rockets are the fastest beep in the world. Rockets are the fastest what? Our choices are trains, B, aircraft, C, flight, D, steam. So right away we see that flight doesn't work because flight is not a type of vehicle. Neither is steam. Steam is not a type of vehicle. That leaves us with trains or aircrafts. Is a rocket a type of train? No, it's not a type of train. It's a type of aircraft. So rockets are the fastest aircraft in the world. Remember I said before, aircraft, there are many, many different types of aircraft. Planes, hang gliders, and also rockets. Okay, well that wraps up the vocabulary section for this unit. Let's take a short break. We'll come back and look at the reading. Don't go away. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. Are you interested in continuing our subject here? We're of course on Unit 4. We're talking about world connections. So it's very interesting looking at different places around the world and also thinking about how people have traveled from place to place. In Lesson 11, we're talking about a quick bite to eat. So we're not going to be focusing on transportation, we're going to be talking about fast food. Because of course, in our lives, as we're very busy traveling from place to place, it's very easy to get food very quickly. And we're talking about fast food in this section. So that will be our reading passage, but again, of course, we need to study the vocabulary that we will encounter in the passage. So let's begin. The first word on our list today is a difficulty or an issue. So if you have a difficulty or if there's some issue that you have to deal with, we call that a problem. Problem. Now it's very interesting because I'd like to point out something. Problem and issue have become kind of not interchangeable, but substituted. In America, many people will say issue instead of saying problem. For example, why? Because problem is negative. Issue sounds more neutral. So, for example, Americans, instead of saying, do you have a problem? They will say, is there an issue with this? Because do you have a problem is very direct and sounds negative. But if you change it and you say, is there an issue with this whatever? Then that sounds more neutral. It doesn't sound as rude and it doesn't sound as negative. So it's very interesting. I've noticed over maybe the last 10 or 20 years that Americans have stopped using problem, especially in like polite situations like business situations or things like that. People have stopped using problem and they're starting to use the word issue much more often because problem sounds negative, and problem is negative. If you have a problem with something, that is a negative situation. Issue, though, sounds more neutral or not as negative. Okay, next one. 2, where and how something began. So we think about a game like chess, or we think about a certain type of dress, or a certain type of doing things. Where did it begin? What was the origin? Origin. Where did it start? Where did it begin? That's the origin. How and where something began. Number 3, able to be used or taken. Able to be used or taken, we say it's available. If there is a seat empty in a restaurant, you can say, is this seat available? Can I sit there? Can I use it? Can I take it? If you go somewhere and you want to be able to use a piece of equipment. For example, you go to a bowling alley and there's some shoes on the shelf. Are they available? Yes, you can use those shoes to go bowling, right? So are they available? You can use them or you can take them. It is available. Next one, to ask for an item or meal from a business. When you go to the restaurant and you ask for an item or you ask for a meal, right? What are you doing? It's called an order. I think you say in Korean, jumun 했어요? Have you ordered? Have you ordered? Would you like to order? Or if I'm a waiter, right, I say to the customer, would you like to order? Are you ready to order now? If I'm the customer, I say, excuse me, I would like to order now. This is my order, okay? So order, you ask for an item or a meal from a business. Not just in a restaurant. Item, if you're online, you're doing internet shopping, then you also can order products from a business. Order an item, some type of product. So that we say order. That's a specific verb for that action. 5, easy and quick to do. Well, it's very convenient. That word just kind of slid right on in there very conveniently, right? It was easy and quick to do. It's convenient. Modern life is very convenient, isn't it? We just hit some keys on our keyboard and somebody comes to our door and gives us a package. Wow, how convenient is that? We don't even have to leave our house anymore to get items from the store. Okay, next one. Possibly dangerous, not joking. These 2 men, do they look happy? Well, no, they don't look happy. Doesn't look like their team. Of course, they're dressed very funnily. They're sports fans, obviously. But they don't look happy. They look very serious. They're not joking. And it says possibly dangerous, but I don't want to say that these guys are possibly dangerous. But other situations can be described as serious. For example, conditions outside, weather conditions are serious. That could be possibly dangerous. If you hear that on the news, be careful. If the TV or the radio announcer says weather conditions are serious, that means there's a lot of snow. Maybe there's ice, or maybe there's a lot of rain and there's a possibility of flooding. It could be dangerous. So there are serious weather conditions outside. But serious doesn't always mean dangerous. it can mean, but like these guys, they're not joking, they're not happy, they're thinking about something very hard, they're very serious. But I wouldn't say these guys are dangerous. Okay, it depends on the situation. Okay, next one. Taking almost no time to make. What is this? Of course, that's ramen, right? It takes almost no time to make. In America, people will usually say instant ramen, or another word for ramen is instant noodles, okay? But we use the word instant because it takes almost no time to make. Now, a long time ago, if you wanted to have noodle soup, you had to take a lot of time. You had to buy the noodles, you had to cook them, boil them for a long time, with water, and then go and get other spices and put that in. It took a while to make that. But with instant ramen, all you do is heat water, pour the water in there, keep it closed for about a minute, open it up and eat it. It's almost no time to make. You don't have to worry. It's already pre-packaged. It's already prepared for you. Okay, so it's very instant. You can make it very quickly. Instant. 8, throughout the world. So something that is spread throughout the world is worldwide. And we use this suffix, this ending for the word quite a bit, right? Worldwide, company-wide, throughout the entire company, region-wide, nation-wide, throughout the region, throughout the nation. And of course, we're talking about the whole world, worldwide. So wide is a common ending, especially at the end of some type of area, nation, region, company. And when you're talking about an area, to mean that it's throughout the entire area, throughout the world, throughout the company, throughout the nation. Worldwide, company-wide, nationwide. Okay. 9, mashita. Are you hungry? This looks like a good snack. And it's a healthy snack too, isn't it? It's a fruit that comes from tropical countries like the Philippines, Thailand, especially Hawaii, right? Hawaii has specialized in growing these, right? What is it? What kind of fruit? It's a pineapple. Pineapple. Of course, they're not apples that grow on pine trees. A different kind of tree, right? I'm not sure where the word pineapple came from, but it's a special kind of fruit that grows in tropical countries. Pineapple, good snack, good food for a snack. Okay, next one. A liquid that goes with another food. So a lot of foods that you'll eat, especially if you go to like a restaurant like TGI Fridays or some other place like that, and you have chicken wings, they usually have some other, it's like a liquid, it's a very thick liquid, right? It's not a liquid, it's not like water, although some can be thin. It's called a sauce. A sauce, usually they're kind of thick, and you dip your food into it, right? A liquid that goes with another food. So you either dip your liquid into it or you pour it on top of your meal. And that, of course, is a sauce. Next one, speed and action. This person is in a hurry. In a hurry. So that's a common expression in English. When somebody is moving quickly, they're walking quickly, they're acting, or it doesn't even mean they're moving from one place to another. You could be sitting at your desk working quickly. You are in a hurry. So in a hurry means to do something quickly or means to do something very fast. Okay, next one. The amount of food eaten for one meal. So if you only eat one of these bowls and that's your entire meal, we call that a serving. One serving. Usually, people will say, it's actually not usually, it's just say, I'll have the steak and fries. That's one serving of a steak and fries. Or I'll have a bowl of soup. That's one serving. If you want 2 servings, that means you have another bowl of soup. So 1 serving, 2 servings. There are 2 servings here. So the amount of food eaten for one meal. Okay? Sometimes people will have a lot of servings for their meal, right? But it's a serving. Okay? It's typical. But some people are so hungry, they want more than the typical amount, so they have another serving. Okay? 13, a business that has many copies of its stores. Of course, you guys know McDonald's. McDonald's is everywhere, right? They're in almost every, I think they're in every country except for North Korea, but they're almost everywhere in the world, right? A business that has many copies of its stores, we call McDonald's a chain store. And there are many types of chain stores. Of course, McDonald's is perhaps the most famous one because it's the most popular one, but there's other different restaurants. I mentioned TGI Fridays before. TGI Fridays is a chain restaurant. Outback is a chain restaurant, but it's not just restaurants. It can also be stores, right? For example, you could have like Macy's. Macy's could be a chain store in different cities, right? Because they're a large department store. They're not just in New York. There are also many other cities in America. So a department store could be a chain store. Lots of different businesses that have shops in different areas or different regions, they are also called chain stores. Okay, the next word here is kind of funny, cow meat. Now, of course, we don't say cow meat in America. That's a very strange word. It's kind of like saying pedagogy for fish, right? That sounds weird. No, you say bulgogi or you say sengsan, right? So you have special words for different types of meat. And if you say cow meat in America, people will understand. They'll just think, oh, that sounds funny. It's like me going into a restaurant and saying, yes, I would like some pedagogy, please. The restaurant people will probably understand what I mean, but they'll think, whoa, this American is strange. He knows some weird Korean, right? So don't go to America and say, I'd like some cow meat, right? Say you would like some beef, right? Sogogi is beef in English, okay? Okay, next one is 15. What you put on top of food. So things that you put on top of food, especially on top of ice cream, right? These are probably things that you put on top of ice cream. You getting hungry? We call them toppings, right? So especially if you go to a place like Baskin-Robbins, sometimes they'll have different toppings on your ice cream, but especially Cold Stone, you're near the Cold Stone ice cream chain store, they have many different toppings that you can put on your food. It's not just ice cream. Again, it could be a meal, it could be steak, it could be pasta. What is the topping that you put on it? Especially pizza. When you think about pizza, has many different toppings, and you choose which topping you want on your food. Next one is 16. Made ready to use before it's needed. So if you make something now, but you don't need it now, you need it an hour from now, or you need it maybe tomorrow, what do? It's prepared. You prepare that food, so after you prepare it, it is prepared. And by the way, it's not just food, okay? You could prepare other things. For example, you could prepare your homework the night before it's due. Is your homework done? Yes, it's prepared for tomorrow. So something that's prepared is made ready to use before it's needed. The teacher doesn't need your homework at 10 o'clock at night, right? The teacher needs your homework the next morning, but you should prepare it the night before so it's done. Your mother does the same thing when she cooks meals, right? Many moms will prepare meals, they'll put them in the refrigerator and then take them out and warm them up for the dinner because many moms are busy these days. Sometimes though, they'll prepare a meal for a few hours before dinner time, right? So they might start cooking at 4 p.m., but you don't eat until 6, right? So that's prepared. They prepared the meal for you. Okay. Let's go over the words. What are the words that we've just learned? How well do you remember them? Let's go over the exercises. The first one, number 1, I beep a new sweater. It will come in the mail soon. It will come in the mail soon. So what do? You know, a new sweater could be anything really, but it'll come in the mail soon. What word did we talk about that would fit here? A, grabbed, B, made, C, ordered, D, sold. Well, A, grabbed just means to go and grab something. If you grabbed a new sweater, it's not going to come in the mail soon. You have it in your hand. You grabbed it, right? So, and you shouldn't grab things. That's not polite. Okay, so not grabbed. B, I made a new sweater. If you made the sweater, you have it, right? It's not going to come in the mail. You have it now. So made doesn't fit. I ordered a new sweater. Ah, that makes sense, right? You ordered the sweater on the computer or you ordered on the phone and then the company will send it to you in the mail. So that's the answer. I ordered a new sweater. It will come in the mail soon. What about D? I sold a new sweater. I sold a new sweater? That doesn't make sense because it will come. If you sell a sweater, you're going to send it through the mail. It's not going to come to you. You're going to send it away. So that doesn't make sense. Okay. Number 3. I'm sorry, but we have no tables. Beep. Okay. Remember when we talked about this word, I used the example of the chair. If there is a chair that is empty, that you can use it, right? It is what? Well, the same thing about a table. You go into a restaurant and there's an empty table, right? Nobody is sitting there. Then that table is what? But if you go in the restaurant and the waiter says, I'm sorry, but we have no tables for your use, no tables out, no tables instant, no tables serious, or no tables available. Well, right away we can see available. I'm sorry, but we have no tables available. No tables are ready for your use. Not out, not instant, that doesn't make sense, and not, we have no tables that are serious. That's just silly, right? So, I'm sorry, but we have no tables available. This one we see right away. No tables that are ready for your use. No tables available. 6. That was a beep test. I don't know it would be so hard. And of course we have a or an because some of the answers start with a vowel. One answer starts with a vowel. So what was it? That was a what kind of test? A what kind of test is a hard test? What kind of test is a hard test? A difficult test? 어렵다운, right? 힘들어요, right? A quick test? No. Hard tests are not quick. B, a convenient test. Convenient means easy, so that's not true. It's a hard test. It's an instant test. Instant and quick are similar, right? But that doesn't make sense. It was a serious, it was a serious test. It was difficult. Remember, serious doesn't always mean dangerous. A test cannot be dangerous, but it can be very difficult or severe, right? Serious. It can be a serious test. That teacher is not joking around. The teacher is very serious about us learning the material. So that was a serious test. It was a difficult test. 7. Don't forget. 気をかじませよ, right? Don't forget. Dogs had their beep as wolves. Now, this one is interesting. You have to think about this a little bit. But what you need to know, of course, and I mentioned this in a previous lesson a long time ago, all dogs, all modern dogs now, came from wolves, right? So all modern dogs descended from wolves. So you think about your dog at home, right? Whether it's a beagle or it's a husky, a big dog, you know, their ancestors were wolves. A long time ago, there were no dogs that people had as pets. There were wolves. And all those wolves, their babies, after many generations, evolved into different types of dogs. Dogs that people have in their homes. So dogs had their what as wolves? That has their future, had their origin, had their problem, or had their mistake. Well, remember, how and where something, or how and when, or where something got started is their origin. How did dogs come about? Well, their origin is wolves, right? After thousands of years of breeding, human beings have helped wolves or made wolves evolve into dogs, right? So the origin, but all dogs came from wolves. So dogs' origin is wolves. Not future, that doesn't make sense. Not problem, that's weird, and mistake. Problem and mistake are similar, but they don't fit here. The best word, of course, is origin. All modern dogs had their origin as wolves. Very interesting. Okay, well that wraps up the vocabulary part of this lesson. Let's take a short break. We'll come back and let's go over the reading passage together. So don't go away. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. Are you ready to begin studying? The topic for today is kind of interesting, and you've probably experienced it in your life, right? We're talking about a home away from home. A home away from home. We're going to focus on moving to a new home. Have you ever moved in your life, right? Did you move to a new apartment or a new house? Maybe you moved to a new neighborhood or a new city, or maybe even a new country, right? So people nowadays move a lot, right? You think about it, and you know, sure, there are some people who live in one place all their life, but it's becoming more and more common for people to move to different places and live in a few different places when they grow up. I probably am a very extreme example of that. By the time I finished high school, I had moved about 5 times. My family moved about 5 times. Why? Because my father's a 지질학자, right? A geologist. So his company sent him, geologist, his company sent him to many different places in the world. So when I was growing up, you know, I lived in New Mexico, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Papua New Guinea, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada. We moved so many different times because of my dad's job. So maybe your dad's job or your mom's job takes you to different places. Or maybe when you go to school, when you go to college, you might go to another city or maybe even a different country. By the way, if you get a chance to go to another country to study for college, take that chance. Look for that opportunity. It's a very good experience for you. Anyway, that's the topic, moving to new homes. So nowadays, it's not unusual for us to think of any place can be a new home. We can move just about anywhere and live anywhere. So that's what we're going to read about. But first, let's take a look at the vocabulary. Our first word is New York loves ugly. That's not our first word. It's just an interesting t-shirt. A person whose home is in a certain area. So New York, of course, is a very famous town. They're very famous for their spirit, right? People who live in New York, they can call themselves citizens of New York. Okay, usually though we use citizen for country. For example, people who live in New York are citizens of America. They are American citizens. People who live in Seoul are usually Korean citizens, right? If your passport has the name of the country on it, right, you are a citizen of that country. If you have a Korean passport, you are a citizen of Korea. If you have an American passport, you are a citizen of America, and the same for every country in the world. So, which country are you a citizen of? Okay, next one. Do you know this place? Machu Picchu, right? This is an event that a person goes through. If you go visit a world famous place like this, what do you say? It's an experience, an experience. So if you go and see Machu Picchu in Peru, or you go see the pyramids in Egypt, or you go see the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, that is an experience that you will remember. Experience, 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 experience. Okay, so probably you have good experiences of traveling. Maybe your family has taken vacations to different places, right? You have good experiences of your traveling. Next one, to fit in naturally. To fit in naturally means to belong. Of course, these apples, do they belong together? You might say, well, the red one doesn't belong, but maybe it does. It depends on how you look at it. They're all apples, right? So it belongs together because they're all apples. But maybe other people say it doesn't belong because it's red and the others are green. But to fit in naturally means to belong somewhere. It belongs with the others. Of course, if you go to the supermarket, apples are in one section. Sure, you have green apples, red apples, yellow apples in different places, but they're all together kind of in the same area. They belong in the same area. This is an interesting idea. Do you know this? For a type of living thing to change slowly over time. So we think about this. When you think about the age of the Earth, how old is the Earth, right? 4.5 billion years old. We can't even imagine that time. How long has life been on Earth? Since at least 3.5 billion years, right? Now, over that long time, life has changed into many different forms. What do we call that process? This is usually the picture that they usually show. How accurate it is, you know, maybe we don't know. But it shows that monkey-like creatures changing slowly into human beings, we say evolve. Now, of course, monkeys did not evolve into human beings. Monkeys are cousins to human beings. This creature doesn't live anymore. It's extinct. It's gone. But all living creatures have evolved over time into different forms and shapes. If you look at horses, go back and look at the evolutionary history of horses, or very interesting, look at whales. It's very interesting how whales, their ancestors came on land and then went back to the sea. They evolved. They changed over time. So it's a very interesting idea about the world, and evolution was first proposed by Darwin, Charles Darwin, in 1860 something. I can't remember the exact date, but of course his idea was very controversial. But nowadays most scientists, more than 90% of scientists say that this is fact. It's not a theory anymore. It actually happened, and when you think about it, it makes sense. Okay, so evolve. Okay, so next one, to create copies of oneself. So when adult animals have babies, what are they doing? They are reproducing. So mama sheep will have a baby sheep, right? A lamb. Okay, so reproduce, reproduce, reproduce. Reproduce means to make copies of oneself, okay? So when animals grow up, they become older, they become adults, then they can reproduce and have babies of their own. Next one, to increase. Okay, so something is increasing. What does it mean? It means rise. So we can see a rise. Usually we use this for charts when you see business people using this type of graph to show an increase in sales, perhaps. So they say there's been a rise in sales. Okay, a rise, to increase. Rise is a verb, by the way, but also a noun, because I said there has been a rise. But you could also say sales have risen. Okay, rise, rose, risen, because as a verb, rise is irregular. We say rise, rose, risen. Okay. But sometimes rise can also be a noun. Okay, next one. Wow, this is a very probably European city, very colorful, very interesting place. But if you look at it, you also get the impression there's so many people there. Wow, it's really a lot of people. So to fill with animals or people is to populate, populate, populate. So a long time ago, there weren't that many people, but people, increased. The numbers of people increased and increased. The numbers of people rose. And the earth was populated with human beings, okay? And of course, all sorts of other types of animals. Next one, a group of people sharing certain traits and beliefs. If we look at the American Indian here, we know that American Indians share certain beliefs and behaviors. They do the same things and they believe many different things. Of course, different tribes have different beliefs. I'm not saying all American Indians are the same, that's not true. But a certain group, certain tribes, like the Apache or the Cherokee or the Mohican, right? They would have, in their tribes, they would have the same beliefs or the same traditions. And of course, the same is true with countries. Korean culture. I just gave you the answer. Culture. It's a group of people who share the same beliefs and behaviors. Actually, culture, when you think about it, culture isn't really, you don't say culture is people. Say culture is the beliefs or behaviors of a certain group of people, right? It's what they do. So Korean culture is different from American culture, which is different from French culture, okay? So different areas, different groups of people have different culture or different cultures. Okay, next one. Number 9, standing straight, not upside down. So if you're standing straight up, right, you are upright, upright. Now this is important, of course, when you're shipping something. If you're sending something in the mail, you write on one side of the package, this side up, right? You want it to be upright. You don't want it to be upside down because that could possibly damage what you have in the container. Also, it's more natural for us to be upright, right? When we're walking around. We don't walk around on our hands upside down. That makes our head hurt. Okay, next one. 10, a group of people living and working together. So a group of people living and working together. What do we call them? We call that society. And society is a singular noun, okay, society. So not it, not them, but it. What do we call a group of people living and work together? What do we call it? We call it society. And societies have different sizes, right? A society can be as small as your family, but usually we talk about society in terms of like as big as a city or as big as a nation, or sometimes a global society. So the entire human population in the world, we can also think of it as a society. It depends on what our purpose is. What is our intention? Do we just want to focus on a small group, or are we talking about issues that affect a very big group? So society, when we think about it, can be small or big. But usually we think about it as the society in which we live, right? What is the the behavior or the beliefs or the customs, the culture of the people that we're living in with. What is the size of society? And of course, what are the laws of society? That's something we have to think about as well. The laws, what do we have to do to obey the laws? What are the expectations of society? What are we expected to do in society? So society is basically the group of people in which we live. Okay. 11. Whoa, what's wrong with these people? They look very strange. They have really long legs. The idea here is for most of the time, we say generally. Generally. So if we talk about basketball players, we can make general statements. Most of the time, basketball players are very tall. They have very long legs that look like golf clubs. I'm sorry. No, they don't. But usually basketball players are very tall, generally. Not all. Sometimes you can find short basketball players who are very good at passing the ball or getting the ball down the court. But generally, usually, for most of the time, basketball players are very tall. And we can make general statements about different groups of people. But again, be careful about making general statements because you can always find exceptions, right? It's not always the same. Okay, next one. A long period of almost no food. So these people are looking for food and they endure a long period when no food has been grown. Maybe it's too hot, there's no water. So they can't grow food. We call that time a famine. Famine is a period of time that no food is available. A long time ago, of course, when people couldn't grow crops or there were no animals to hunt, right? It was too hot, there was no water, no food. So we call that period a famine. Nowadays, of course, famines can be caused by the supply chain breaking down, right? People getting food to a certain place, and that could also cause a famine. Next one. Wanting to know more. So this little boy is very curious. Most children are very curious. Generally, children are very curious about the world around them. They are curious. They want to know more about the world. Okay. Next one. To run away from. Run! Right? There's a bull. I don't know if you can't see the head, but this is a bull with big horns. And these guys, I think they're in Spain, perhaps Pamplona, where they have every year they run away from the bull, which is crazy. You know, a bunch of people will get ready, they'll release a bull, and these guys will run down the street running away from a bull. Why? Okay, well, different people have different hobbies, I guess. Okay, so to run away from means to flee. To flee, to run away. Now, flee is an irregular verb, so we say flee, fled, fled. Flee, fled, fled. These men fled from the bull. Okay, they are fleeing from the bull. Okay, next one. To come from a source. Now, to come from a source, it means descend, to descend. And we're talking about evolution here. It's a strange picture, but I think what they're getting at is that on a chain, right, there's a watch that descends from the chain. But to come from a source, we can also think about the word evolution. Remember the picture evolution? We saw the monkey type creature and then we saw a human being. So usually, especially when we talk about evolution, we say that the modern creatures, the modern animals have descended from a previous animal. Usually, not always, but generally, these animals are extinct. They no longer live. We can't see them nowadays. Sometimes they still exist in certain cases, but usually our ancestors are extinct, right? There are no more early humans that are alive. People have to go and dig up their bones, right? For the ancestors of human beings. But we descend from some source, from a source. Every living thing has descended from one source. Okay, next one. In a single group. So in a single group, we can say together. So if the dog and the cat are in a single group, they look like they're friends. That's a very interesting picture. They're together, right? They're together. They're pals. They're buddies. They're together in a group. Okay, so you're together with your friends. Probably when you go out to play, you're together in a group. Okay, let's go over the words and see how well you remember the vocabulary. Number 1, hang gliding. Remember hang gliding from a previous lesson, right? That's where you're flying, soaring through the air on a bar with a wing above you. Hang gliding is a great what? A, citizen, B, bridge, C, experience, D, culture. Which word fits? Well, is hang gliding a great citizen? It's a citizen of a country? That doesn't make sense. Is it a great bridge? That doesn't make sense either. Is it a great experience? Remember, an experience is something that you remember. It's a memorable happening in your life. Something, an event, or something that happens in your life. That's a great experience. So hang gliding is a great experience, isn't it? Because, wow, that'd be great. I haven't done it yet. I would like to someday, but it would be a great experience. And D, of course, hang gliding is not a great culture. That doesn't make sense. Hang gliding, something you do, an event that you remember, it's a great experience, or it's an experience. Number 3, modern birds, beep, from dinosaurs. Okay, there's actually 2 words from the vocabulary list that we could use here, but only one of those is here. Thank goodness, because if both of them were here, we would have to choose both, but there's only one. So, A, populated, B, evolved, C, reproduced, and D, created. Let me tell you the word that could fit here, but it's not on the answer list, and that, of course, is descend. We could use descended, modern birds descended from dinosaurs. That would fit, but it's not one of our choices. But remember when I was describing or explaining the meaning of this word descend, we just did this, right, a couple slides ago, or I think it was the last word, descend. I gave you the example of, right, all living things descended from a previous animal. And we saw that diagram, we saw that idea with which word? Of course, it was with evolved, evolve. So we could use either word. Modern birds evolved from dinosaurs, or modern birds descended from dinosaurs. It means the same thing. Not populated, not reproduced, not created, those don't fit. We're talking about, a previous life form or a previous type of animal that gives birth, that reproduces, but over a long time, and changes into another type of animal. And that's evolution. That's also descending from another species or another type of animal. So modern birds evolved from dinosaurs. And by the way, that's a very interesting idea. If you think, oh, dinosaurs are no longer in the world, they're all extinct, not true. Birds are a type of dinosaur, and we can see them every day. Very interesting. Okay, 5, school is strange. I don't feel like what? I don't feel like if you think school is strange, you don't what? I don't feel like what? I don't feel like A, belong, B, make, C, empty, D, slip. So if you think someplace is strange or a group of people is strange, you don't fit in, right? You don't belong. I don't feel like I belong. Maybe you do belong, but you don't feel like I belong. That's too bad. You have to make some friends. If you make friends, you get used to the people there, you find out, oh, they're good people, then you feel like you belong in a place, right? But if you feel strange about the people you're with, you don't feel like you have anything in common, it's hard to talk to them, then you feel like you don't belong, okay? Not make, not empty, not slip, those don't make sense. The best one is belong. 7, South America has a really interesting what? Immigration, B, culture, C, famine, or D, hat? Well, famine is not interesting. It's terrible. It's horrible. So that doesn't work, right? It has a really interesting hat, just one. South America has an interesting hat. It's a really big hat that it puts on the whole continent. Now that's crazy, right? Has an interesting immigration. We don't think of immigration as being interesting. We think of immigration as being a pain in the butt, right? It's very difficult, right? So the only one, South America has a really interesting culture. That would fit because the beliefs and the customs in South America are very interesting. But by the way, South America has many different countries in South America. And of course, there are different cultures in each of those different countries. And maybe even inside those countries, there might be different cultures inside the country. So South America has really interesting cultures, would be more accurate, right? But you could, if you're talking about all the culture or the same beliefs and behaviors that all people from South America seem to generally show, then that could be possible too. But it'd be more accurate to say there are many different cultures in South America, and those cultures are interesting. Okay, that wraps up the vocabulary section of this lesson. Let's take a short break. We'll come back and look at the reading. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. We're on Unit 5. We're talking about cycles. Not your bicycle, but something that repeats like a circle, like the wheels on your bicycle. They go around and around and they begin again and again. So that's what we're talking about with cycles. In Lesson 13, we're talking about the world's greatest traveler. Now you're probably thinking the world's greatest traveler. Is it Marco Polo? No, it's not a person, it's a thing. We're going to focus on the cycle of water, and we're going to see how water is the world's greatest traveler, because water really travels a lot, and it travels in a cycle. It goes around and around. Well, we'll explore that idea later on in the reading passage. But of course, as usual, we need to learn some vocabulary first to better understand the reading passage. So let's get started with the vocabulary. The first word is defined as a series of events that is repeated a number of times. Now you've probably seen these types of pictures before. We can see a tree in different stages, and we know, right, that this is spring, this is summer, this is fall, and this is winter. And we might think, well, seasons, but we're saying a series of events that is repeated a number of times. It's not just the seasons. The seasons is an example of this. But what are we talking about? We're talking about a cycle. It's like I talked about before, right? On your bicycle, right, you have two wheels. Well, think about one wheel. It starts here and it goes around and it comes back to the beginning, right? It's a cycle. It's a series of events that is repeated. So it goes around, right? It starts here, maybe in spring, goes around to summer, then to fall, then to winter, and it comes back to spring. So the seasons is a type of cycle, and there are many types of cycles in the world around us. We'll talk about one in the reading passage. Okay, word number 2. Water that falls from the sky. So you're probably thinking about rain, right? You know this word, rain. That's an easy word. But there's another word that we use for rain that's longer. It's more of a scientific word, and I'm sorry, it's kind of long, right? Precipitation. Precipitation. Wow, so many syllables. There's 5 syllables. So let's say it fast. Well, slow first and then fast. Precipitation. Precipitation. One more time. Precipitation. Okay? So if you say it quickly, it sounds like precipitation. Okay? Precipitation just means rain. It's more of a scientific word for rain. Okay, let's move on to number 3. The process of water collecting together in the air. So the process of water collecting together in the air. Now you're probably thinking, what is this? It's a cloud. But we're not talking about a cloud. We're not talking about the grouping of moisture in the air. We're talking about the process of, and there's a special word for that. We call that condensation. Oh, big words in this lesson, right? So let's do this slowly. Condensation. Condensation. Faster. Condensation. Condensation. Okay, so condensation is a process. It's the process of water collecting together in the air. And clouds are formed because of condensation. So if you think, how do clouds appear in the sky? It's because of condensation. So condensation is the process. Okay, let's move on. For a liquid to be taken into the air. This is a sad picture, right? This little boy, he wants to go swimming, but there's no water in the swimming pool. What happened to the water in the swimming pool? Well, it evaporated. Right? Evaporate is a verb. It's also a process, right? It's the process of a liquid to be taken into the air. On a hot day, if you have a dish of water or there's a puddle of water on the ground, well, after some time in the hot day, that water will disappear, right? In the summertime, you look at the streets, they're very dry. A truck comes by and sprays water on the streets, but after a little while, the water is gone. The street is very dry again because of evaporation. Okay, so evaporation makes the water go into the air, and then when the air is cool, the water gets together and condensation happens. Okay, so first evaporation, then condensation. We'll talk about those later, but we need to know about those words. Okay, next one. 5, to suck up or drink in. To suck up or drink in is to absorb. Absorb. Okay, we're doing some a little bit difficult words in this lesson, right? Now, of course, if you spill something, you can use a paper towel to absorb the liquid that you spilled on the table. Okay, so you can use a paper towel. And paper towels, the companies that make paper towels will boast, they will brag, they'll say, our paper towels have great absorption power, right? They will absorb a lot of liquid to take in or to suck up or to drink in or to take in. Okay. Oh, he's happy. To become aware. To become aware of something is to realize. It looks like he had, oh, I have an idea, right? It's like, bing, a light bulb goes on over his head. He realizes something. He became aware of something. A lot of famous inventors or scientists, there's stories about them, coming to a moment of realization, right? Like the famous Greek philosopher who sat in a bathtub and said, oh, eureka, right? And realized he could use the water, the weight of an object in the water to realize how much volume it had, okay? So to realize, it's like the moment you understand something. Next one. For a liquid to move together in a single direction. For a liquid, any liquid to move together, and a lot of liquid moving together in one direction. It doesn't have to be a lot. It could be a cup of water, but if you spill it, it moves in a direction. This stream, of course, is moving in a direction downhill. What is it doing? It is flowing. Flow is a verb, to flow. So this small stream is flowing quickly, right? Because maybe it's kind of a not very steep, but it's not flat. It's there's uphill and then downhill, and the water will flow quickly downhill. So this is a very active stream, right? Okay. Next one, greatly needed or necessary. Greatly needed or necessary is essential. If something is essential, you really need it. For example, we think of when we think of essential, it's like things that we need to continue to survive, like food. Food is essential. Air, oxygen is essential. If we don't have it, we'll die, right? So we greatly need it. It's very necessary. It's essential. Okay. Next one, 9. Whoa, looks like he's on vacation at a resort. A large cloth used for drying. So what do we call this cloth? You probably take it to the beach with you, or you take it when you go swimming. You use it when you take a shower or a bath. It's called a towel. A towel. So if you're in an English-speaking country and you want a cloth to dry yourself off, you can ask, is there a towel, please? Or can I get a towel? Okay, next one. A flow of water used to clean oneself. I just mentioned this word. After you do this, you need a towel. Remember what I said? I said when you take a shower. When we use the word shower, we use it in a larger expression, very commonly, take a. Take a shower. We also use take a bath. Okay? Now, what's the difference between a shower and a bath? Well, you see this boy here, the water is falling from the faucet above. It's falling on him like rain. That's a shower. But a bath is where you have a bathtub and you sit in the water, right? And the water's already there and you clean yourself with the bath water. It's kind of like when you go to a sauna, right? It's kind of like a big bath, right? And you get in the sauna. But a shower is like this style. So, but we use take a. Take a shower, take a bath, okay? You should take a shower every day. You should take a shower after you exercise. Remember to do that, right? If you don't take a shower, ooh, some nemse is there, right? Okay, next one. 11, a collection of water high up in the sky. We talked about this before, right? I gave you the word before. It's a cloud, right? So this airplane is flying over these clouds. It's very beautiful. If you're ever in an airplane very high up in the sky, look out the window and you can see the clouds below you. It looks like land, but it's very fantastic, right? Very beautiful, very white, and looks very clean. Okay, next one. Not moving. So this lake, the water in this lake is what? It is very still. Still, we can also say calm. Still or calm. Calm means there's no motion, right? This is very peaceful. Calm. The water is still. No movement. Okay? It's a very beautiful picture. Next one, a very tiny bit of water. So a very tiny bit of water, what do we call that? We call it a droplet. A droplet. It's like a little ball of water, right? When we just drop a little bit of water on something, or when it rains just lightly, not a lot, but the water will collect in little drops, and we call them droplets. There's one droplet, two droplets. You could also, of course, just say a drop of water, but sometimes people will say droplet. Okay, next one. A small pool of water is a puddle. So you like to go splashing through the puddles, right? Okay. This girl, of course, she's wearing good shoes for that. Don't do that if you're wearing shoes and socks. Your mother will be angry, right? But if you're wearing sandals or rubber shoes like she's wearing, no problem. Have fun, right? Go running through the puddles of water. Kids like to do that. Okay, next one. Icy rain. It's rain, but it's really cold. So it becomes icy. It's almost freezing. We call that sleet. So sleet is, it's not snow, it's not rain, but it's like almost a combination of both. It's where it's really cold and it's raining and it's almost icy, right? So it's icy rain, it's sleet. Now sleet is dangerous because on the roads we have to be very careful because as you know, ice is mikroa, right? It's slippery, right? So you have to be careful when it's sleet outside. And you also have to be careful when you're walking. Okay, next one. For a liquid to absorb into something. When a liquid absorbs, we heard this word before, right? We talked about the paper towel, right? The paper towel will clean up the liquid. It will absorb into the paper towel. We say it's soaked, right? If you are soaked, right? It's raining really hard, like in the summertime. You go outside and you don't have an umbrella. You don't have a raincoat. You're just wearing normal clothes. What happens? You get water everywhere, in your hair, on your shirt, under your shirt. Your underwear is completely wet. Your socks in your shoes. When you're walking, right? It makes a noise. You are soaked, right? So people will say, I am soaked. It means I got water everywhere, right? I have to take everything off, take a hot shower, and then dry off because I'm soaked, okay? So to soak is for liquid to completely absorb into something. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be you, your skin, right? It could be a paper towel. It could be a dog, you know, whatever. The water has completely gotten in and onto something. That's to soak. Okay, next one. Well, not next one. We need to look at the words. Let's check the words that we just learned. Make sure that we remember those and how they are used. So let's go over the different problems here. Number one, I just beep that I forgot to do my homework. So you just, what? It's like you have an idea. And what is that? I just A, made, B, realized, C, spent, D, absorbed. So in this case, right, we could use a word that means that you had a sudden idea. You suddenly became aware of the fact that you forgot to do your homework. Has that ever happened to you? It's not a good feeling. Oh my gosh, right? It's at the beginning of the lesson, the beginning of the class, and you suddenly realize, oh my gosh, there was homework yesterday. The teacher gave us homework and I forgot. Suddenly you have that idea. That means you realized. I just realized. Oh, I just thought. I just remembered. I just realized that I forgot to do my homework. Not made, not spent, not absorbed. Those don't make sense. Realized. You suddenly became aware of that fact. Okay, number 4. Birth and death are part of the beep of life. Think about that. Birth is at the beginning, right? A person lives their life, right? And then they die. Now, of course, for an individual person, for one person, it's not a continual process. But if that person is born, they grow up, they have a baby, right? That person is born and they grow up. So it's like it goes around in a circle, right? So what do we call that? Birth and death are part of the what of life? End, beginning, C, cycle, D, loss. Remember, you have a beginning and then an end and then it starts again, right? Well, life continues, right? Not for the individual person, unfortunately, right? It's like a straight line, birth and then death. But if we're talking about all things like human beings, right? People are born, they die, more people are born, they die. It goes around in a continual process. So we call that what? We call it a cycle. That's what I talked about before, right? Birth and death are part of the cycle of life. Okay? If you watch The Lion King, maybe an older movie, maybe you haven't seen it, but at the beginning they talk about the circle of life. That's the same idea. It's the cycle of life. They're talking about constant death and constant renewal, constant death and constant birth. It goes in a cycle, the circle of life. There's a song associated with that. Okay, but it's not the end of life because birth continues. It's not the beginning because that's only one part, and it's not the loss of life, it's the cycle. It goes again and again. Okay, next one. Number 5. When there is enough water in the sky, it will beep to form clouds. Now remember, before I talked about this. How are clouds formed? What is the process for forming clouds? Why are clouds formed? Because it precipitates? Because it rains? No. Because it flows, right? It will flow to form clouds. Water will flow in the sky. That's weird. That doesn't make sense. It will realize. Water can't think, right? It will condense. Condense to form clouds. Condensation is the reason that clouds are formed. If there's enough water in the sky, that water will gather together and form clouds. And we call that the process, we call it to condense, right? And we call it condensation. Okay. 7, here this tissue will beep the blood. So if you're bleeding, oh no, you have to absorb the blood, right? I just gave you the answer, right? This tissue will absorb the blood. You need to not drink it in, but you need to soak it in. You need to stop that blood. So you use a tissue or maybe a bandage to stop the blood. It will absorb the blood and then stop the bleeding. Absorb, not flow, not cut, not pinch, but to absorb the blood. Okay, well that wraps up the vocabulary section of our lesson today. Let's take a short break, come back, and we'll do the reading together. So don't go away. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. I'm your host Brian Staurt. We're going over cycles still. We're still talking about cycles. As you remember, cycles are things that don't really start anywhere or finish anywhere. They just kind of go and they repeat again and again. But what we're talking about in lesson 14 is what a farmer knows, and we're focusing on smart farming methods. So farmers think about cycles when they work. They have to know about cycles in order to grow the correct food for us. Of course, we need to eat, and farmers need to grow the food that we get at the supermarket, right? So what do farmers know about cycles? How do they use their knowledge to help them in their jobs? That's what we'll read about in this lesson. But again, before we do the reading section, we need to go over a vocabulary list to make sure we understand the reading section well. Let's go. So the first one, number 1, and of course we can see a farmer here with some of his products, right? Now, when we talk about the farmer's products, we say the crop that is gathered at the end of a season. The crop of course means the type of food that the farmer's growing. When they gather at the end of a season, we call it the harvest, right? So this is a noun, and we say that it is all of the food that the farmer grows at the end of the season. Now we can talk about the harvest for one farmer, but usually we talk about the harvest and we mean all farmers for a region or a nation. So if we say the harvest was very good this year, we're usually talking about all farmers in our region. The harvest was very good this year, so there's a lot of food in the supermarkets, maybe prices are low. But of course we could also talk about individual. One individual farmer has a bad harvest and another farmer has a good harvest. So bad harvest, good harvest. It's the amount of food that they collect at the end of the growing season. Okay, next one. Number 2, to put seeds in a field to grow. Well, what do farmers do? They put the seeds into the ground in the field to grow. They don't do it by hand so much these days. They usually use machines, but what do they call that? They call it to sow. To sow. And it's interesting. There's an expression, I think it comes from the Bible, you reap what you sow. You reap what you sow. Reap means to harvest, to gather. At the end you get it. But think about it. Whatever you put in the ground, that's what you're going to get. But not just planting seeds in the ground. If you lie, you're going to get a lot of problems. So if you sow problems, if you lie, if you do bad actions, what will you get from those? You'll get bad results. You reap what you sow. But if you do good actions and you tell the truth and you're good to your friends, then you will get a lot of appreciation and good things back from your friends. So that's a good expression to remember, and it uses the word sow. It comes from to put seeds in the field to grow, but also in our life, we're also sowing our life, right? Our actions are sowing the results that we'll get later on. So you reap what you sow. Sow is an irregular verb. We say sow, sowed, sown. Sowed, sowed, sow, sowed, sown. So we don't normally use this word in our everyday speech because we're not farmers, but sometimes we see expressions that do use this word. Okay, next one. To reach full growth. To reach full growth is to mature. And we need, of course, when we're talking about plants and crops like corn, tomatoes, apples, pears, we don't pick these things when they're young, when they're not mature. We have to wait till they are fully grown. Then we pick them and eat them. If you pick the tomato before it's mature, it's too small and it's green and it tastes horrible, right? But if you wait till it's mature and then you eat it, then it tastes good and it's larger. Okay. A plant grown by farmers. So any plant grown by farmers, we already used this word in explaining the first word, it's crop. So any plant grown by farmers is a crop. Usually crops are things we eat. For example, potatoes, tomatoes, celery looks like they have here, squash. Those are crops. But it's not just food. Because sometimes farmers will grow things that we don't eat, but that are used in for other purposes, okay? For example, like barley that's used to make beer, right? Well, some people will make food from barley too. But farmers don't just grow food, they grow many different types of plants that are not just used for food. But any plant that is grown by farmers, we call it a crop. Okay, next one. A substance that keeps living beings healthy. And a lot of things we can see the different listing. It's a list of what? Nutrients, right? And we have this word here, nutrition facts. They're very similar. Nutrition has to do with the things that we have to eat every day to keep us healthy. And those individual things are nutrients. You should choose foods that have good nutrients and a lot of nutrients in them. Usually junk food, like hamburgers and French fries, don't have a lot of nutrients, right? Healthy food has many nutrients. These are substances that keep us healthy. Next one. To prepare the land for growing crops. Farming is hard work, right? Especially using this in a garden, in somebody's garden, what do you have to do to the soil? You have to cultivate. You have to prepare the land for growing crops. Now, in a big farm, they have big machines that will turn up the land, that will cultivate the field, and then it's ready so that they can put the seeds down. They can sow the land then. But this is what we call cultivate. Cultivate isn't just for farming. We can also use it for other ideas. For example, when you study, you are cultivating your mind. You're preparing your mind for later on in life, right? When you study different subjects. So you can cultivate your mind. Parents can cultivate their children. It just means that you're preparing them for something else. When you cultivate the land for growing crops, you are cultivating. Okay, next one. Good for growing, having plenty of nutrients. So if the land is good for growing, you can grow a lot of good crops there. And the land has a lot of nutrients in the soil. We say that the land is fertile. Fertile. And if the land is not fertile, we say it's infertile. In means not. So if you think of the desert, can you grow plants in the desert? No, you can't, because the desert is infertile. There's not enough nutrients in the soil. And of course, there's not enough water, okay? But if you see good, rich earth and you pick it up and it's black, all right, it's very dark brown or black earth, that's fertile soil. It's good. It has a lot of nutrients in it. It's good for growing crops. It's fertile. Okay, next one. 8, to use again. And of course we know this symbol here. We see this in many places these days. But of course this is what you should do with your garbage. If you're finished with a plastic bottle, what should you do? You should use it again. You should recycle. Re means again, right? And cycle, we know that word, right? It goes in a cycle. So we recycle, we use it again and again. And this is what we should do with our garbage, right? Plastic here, paper here, metal here, other garbage in another place. Recycle your garbage. Then we can use it again. Number 9, and animal waste. Animal waste. When you think about animal waste, in a previous lesson we talked about this, right? About training your dog. Remember, you may remember, what do pets do? Dogs go poo and pee. Poo and pee. Of course, the poo is nemse na, right? Dung, right? Okay. And pee, of course, is the water. This is animal waste. Now, it's interesting because farmers use animal waste. They use it to feed plants. Did you know that, right? If your dog goes poo-poo next to a tree, that's good for the tree because the tree uses that as there are nutrients in the poo-poo. Of course, it's very disgusting. We shouldn't, don't touch it, don't get near it. But plants like it, right? Because that's their food, okay? So animal waste, and remember, we are animals too, so it can be human waste, not just your dog. Animal waste that is used to feed plants, we have a special word for it. We don't call it poo or pee or dung, we call it manure. Manure. And it's usually like cow manure or horse manure. It could be other types of animals, but usually it's cow manure because farmers have cows, a lot of cows, and what are they doing? They're pooing a lot, so they use that for manure. And in fact, that's an industry. Some companies make manure. That's their job. They take the animal waste and they make it into manure that looks like this, and they sell it to farmers. And so they transfer it. So that's an industry. That's a company, right? It's a very interesting business. Okay, next one. 10, having a bad smell. Before I said poo is nemse napayo, right? We say stinky. You can also say stinky. Oh, your feet are stinky. Oh, nemse na, right? You say your feet are stinky. Or somebody's breath, oh, it's stinky. Or somebody's, underarm, stinky. Okay, stinky. Next one. 11, to take away. Not shoes, but to take away means to drain. So imagine this poor guy here. His energy is drained. It's like a battery, right? Your cell phone battery. The battery is gone. You take away the battery power by using your cell phone. You drain the battery. Some people, it's like they have a battery, their body, they lose all their energy. They feel drained. I feel drained. That's some people can say that. It means I have no energy. It's all gone. Next one, acting in a smart and sensible way. So if someone acts in a smart and sensible way, what is this girl doing? She's pushing away the hamburger and the Coke. And instead of eating the hamburger, she's eating an apple. This is sensible. So she is wise. Wise is like smart. But wise also means you have a lot of experience. You're acting on experience. Smart kind of means you're intelligent. Maybe you know about how to solve math problems, or you know how to do that. But wise is more like life experience. If you know how to act in a sensible or practical way because of your life experience, you are wise. And that's usually why older people are wise, because they have more experience in life. So there's a little difference between wise and smart, right? Wise is usually because of past experiences. You act in a sensible way. Okay, next one. A big open space filled with plants. So of course this is famous. This is Goryeo, is it right? You have the tea, the the plants that they make tea from, green tea. Korea is famous for tea. And there's a place in Korea that is very famous for growing tea. It looks like this is a picture from that area or an area similar to that. But it doesn't matter if it's tea, it could be corn, it could be wheat. It's a big open space filled with plants. We call it a field. Okay? Farmers need it's usually flat. Of course, if it's on a hill or a mountain, it's not a field really. It should be flat. And farmers need wide open fields to grow their crops. Field. Okay. 14, absolutely necessary. So what is it? It's a seatbelt, absolutely necessary. It's crucial. Now a seatbelt, some people may argue, well, seatbelt's not absolutely necessary, right? Well, a lot of times I don't get in an accident, but nowadays, because of safety and because of the traffic laws, we think seatbelts are absolutely necessary. They're crucial. They're very important because if you do get in an accident, they're absolutely necessary to make sure that you are not injured or killed. So they are crucial. Crucial, something that's needed very much. Next one. Okay, I was talking about poop before, right? Clean up after your dog means scoop up the poop, right? Now, this definition though, unused food that the body gets rid of, right? Unused food, when you eat something, your body uses most of the food, but some of the food it doesn't use, and that food passes through your body. What do we call it? We call it waste. Okay? Now, before you may have encountered waste too, sometimes people refer to garbage as waste, and that's possible, right? Especially for like big factories or big businesses have a lot of waste. It's like extra stuff that they don't need. We call that waste. But we also call the organic, the food, the edible material that passes through our body and we get rid of when we go to the bathroom, we call that waste. Okay. Okay. Next word, last word, is facts and ideas that are known. Facts and ideas that we know. Those are knowledge. So think about that. Human beings are getting more and more facts and more ideas every year, every 10 years, every 100 years. The amount of knowledge that human beings have gathered together, especially over the past several hundred years, has grown by a lot. So we talk about that knowledge as we talk about those ideas and those facts as knowledge. So facts and ideas that we know about, that's knowledge. There's many things we don't know about, but human beings are very curious. We keep learning about our environment. And so our area or our degree of knowledge keeps growing. Okay, well those are the words. Let's do the exercises, see how well we remember those words. Okay, number 1. We need to beep the field before we spread the seeds. So before you spread the seeds and put them in the ground, what do you need to do? You need to prepare the field. Is that pull, cultivate, sow, or cover? Remember, sow is spread the seeds. So we need to do something before we sow the field. We need to cultivate the field. Remember, cultivate means to prepare something. We need to prepare the field before we spread the seeds. We need to cultivate the field before we spread the seeds. Okay, number 3. We've cultivated, there's that word again, we've cultivated that field with plenty of manure. It is very beep. Okay, so again, part of cultivating, part of preparing the land is, like turning, making rows in it or breaking up the top surface so the seeds can get in the land easily. But another part of cultivating is putting manure on the ground, right? So when you put manure on the ground, remember manure has a lot of nutrients in it that's good for the plants. And when we say a plant, an area is good or has a lot of nutrients, it's good for growing, we say that land is fertile. We've cultivated that field with plenty of manure. It is very fertile. Or fertile. Some people pronounce it different ways. Fertile. So, not useless, not marked, not understood, but fertile. Okay, next one. 5. You should beep that bottle. You can fill it back up with water. Fill it back up. So, you have a bottle, right? A plastic bottle of water, okay? I'm not going to throw it away. I'm going to use it again. I'm going to fill it back up with water because why should I throw it away, right? Still good, right? So what should I do? I should use it again. What word means to use again? A, recycle, B, harvest, C, believe, or D, crack? Of course, you know A means to use again. You should recycle that bottle. You should use it again because you can fill it up with water again. Don't throw it away. Use it again. 7. That plant is not healthy. Not healthy. It needs more what? What do plants need to grow well? What did I talk about before? What do plants need to keep their bodies strong and healthy? Not just plants, but also animals. Nutrients, crops, fields, or knowledge. Okay? Now we're talking about healthy, right? Not smart. Besides, plants can't think. They don't have brains. So right away we know knowledge is not the answer. Crops, no, because that's a type of food that farmers grow. Fields, it needs more fields. That doesn't make sense. It needs, of course, more nutrients. Nutrients are what living things need to stay healthy. So that's the answer. Okay, well that wraps it up for the vocabulary section. Let's take a short break and we'll come back and look at the reading together. Hello everybody, welcome back to Reading for Vocabulary. We're on our last lesson of the book. I hope you enjoyed studying with me, but we have one more lesson to go, so we have something more interesting to go over before we finish with the book. And of course, we're still talking about the topic of cycles, right? Things that go around that continue and continue. They don't really have a beginning or end, they just continue to go. This lesson, lesson 15, we're talking about as the earth moves. So now we're talking about the cycle of the earth's motion. As you know, you should know, the earth moves around the sun. That's a cycle. But we'll talk about some other cycles too that you may not know about concerning the earth's motion. So that's what we're going to read about. We're going to focus on Earth's motion and weather. So we're not just talking about the motion of the earth, but we're also talking about how does that affect the weather? How does that change the weather on Earth, right? When the earth is moving through space, what effect? How does that change the weather on Earth? So it'll be an interesting lesson about that. But of course, as usual, let's study some vocabulary so that we can understand the reading passage more quickly when we get to that. Okay, the first word on our word list is defined as to understand well. And I hope you've understood my lessons well. What is another word to understand well? It's to comprehend. It's a big word, right? Comprehend. Only 3 sounds, so not so bad. Comprehend. Comprehend means that you understand well. So like I said, I hope that you comprehend my lessons with you well. I hope that you can comprehend, and I hope that I explain things well enough. Okay, good. So number 2, to make bare. When you make something bare, like when I get a haircut, right? I expose my head. If I get a really short haircut so you can see my skin, then I've exposed my head, right? To expose something, to make bare. If I roll up my sleeves, you can see the skin on my arms. I have exposed my arms, right? I'm not going to do it. That takes too long. But you get the idea, right? You take off a hat, you've exposed your head to the sky outside. Okay? So to expose, to make bare. Next one. Half of a sphere. Now a sphere, what is a sphere? A sphere is a round shape, but not just 2-dimension, 3-dimensional. That's a sphere. So if we look at the earth, right? The earth is a 3-dimensional circle, right? It's a sphere. A circle is only 2 dimensions, right? A circle is just 2 dimensions. But a sphere is 3 dimensions. We can see the shape in 3D. Okay, so half of a sphere. But now we're talking about half. Half of a sphere. So if we talk about half of the world, usually we talk about like the northern half or the southern half. And when we do that, we use a special word, and that word is hemisphere. Hemi. Now, think of this word. It's one word, but think of it in 2 sections. First, we have hemi, and then we have sphere. Of course, you know a lot of English words are shorter words or smaller words that are joined together. In this case, hemi is a Greek word. It has its origins in the Greek language, as many words do have origins in Greek or Latin, right? In this case, hemi is a Greek prefix. Hemi means half. Hemi is half. So if we say hemi, half a sphere, we're talking about half of a sphere. And so we say the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. Sometimes people will also say the western hemisphere and the eastern hemisphere, saying that the west is, for example, Europe and America, and the east is Asia, right? Sometimes people will say that. But usually, it's hard to say, where does it stop and end? But it's easy to know north and south because there's the equator, right? There's the equator right here that is a good dividing line for north and south. So we can easily say northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. Okay, next word, number 4. Maybe you've seen this picture before. It's not to scale, right? If it was to scale, it would be too big. We couldn't show it here. But this shows the sun and all the planets around the sun. And we see that the planets have these lines, these circles going around. And we see to move around an object in space, right? This is space out here. Nothing's really out there. Also, we see a comet over here that also moves around an object in space. All of these objects are moving around the sun. We say they are orbiting around the sun. So Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, they are all orbiting around the sun. They are moving around the sun. The comet is moving around the sun. Now, on a planet like Jupiter, which has many little moons, those moons are orbiting around Jupiter. Our moon, the moon that we see at night, orbits around Earth. Okay, so there are many different orbits that we can see in the night sky. It just means an object, a big object is moving, well, not even a big object, could be a small object. Like when astronauts go into space, they go around the Earth, they are orbiting the Earth to move around another object in a circle or some type of circle. Okay, number 5, the very top or bottom of the Earth. So here we're looking at Antarctica. Antarctica. And on the other side, of course, there's no land, right? Antarctica is a land mass. There's no land on the other side. But what we're talking about the very top or bottom of the Earth. Of course, we're talking about the poles. And here we see the South Pole. Antarctica is at the South Pole. There's no land at the North Pole, but there is ice, right? And animals do live up there, like, for example, polar bears live on the North Pole. Santa Claus has his house at the North Pole, right? Okay, so these are the poles, South Pole or North Pole. Number 6, to be on top of. So to be on top of, especially to be all over the top of, not just sitting on the top here, but all over the top means to cover. So this blanket is all over the top of the car and it hides the car. Actually, we can't see the car. We know it's a car because we can see part of it right here. But if we can't see it, we see that this blanket or this sheet covers the car. Okay, so cover doesn't just mean to be on top of something. Like, for example, there's a dog here, right? I'm not a very good artist, but okay. Anyway, that's my doggy. If the dog is sitting up there, the dog is not covering the car. To cover means to cover all the entire surface of something. To cover a large surface of something. That's to cover. 7. Not circular, shaped like an egg. So this looks like a mirror, right? Okay, but it's not a circular. A circle is more like this. Now, can I draw a circle? I'm okay. That's not a very good circle. Again, I'm not a very good artist. But if you can draw a perfect circle very quickly, perfect circle, that's a circle. But this is not a circle. This looks like an egg. So what do we call it? We call it elliptical. Elliptical. Now, an easier word, of course, is also oval. An oval shape. This would be an oval shape, but more scientific word is elliptical. Elliptical. Elliptical shape is like an oval. It's not a perfect circle. Okay, 8. A particular length of time. So a particular length of time, beginning and ending, and we call that, that's a certain period of time. I just gave you the word period. A period of time is what we call a particular length. So an hour is a period of time. A minute is another period of time. A second is a period of time. So there's many different periods of time. It's just a particular length of time. We give it a name. Okay, number 9. Now this girl has a decision to make, right? She can go right or she can go left. So she's thinking of something. What is the verb that means to think of something, especially to think about it deeply, is to consider. She's considering, okay, what's the fastest way to get to the store? Should I go right or should I go left? Okay, so she's thinking about it. Okay, she's considering her choices, especially when we have a choice to make. We consider the good points and the bad points about each choice, and then we make our decision. So we consider. Number 10, something that influences or has a part in. So something that influences or has a part in, we call that a factor. Now this is more of a maybe a scientific word, right? A factor is like, for example, I just said we think about the good points or bad points. All the good points, that's a factor. All the negative or bad points, those are also factors. We call those pros and cons, right? Pros are good points and cons are bad points. These are all the factors that we use. We think of all these things when we consider something. So they're all the things that influence our choice or has a part in our choice or the result of something. Those are factors. Okay, next one. Uh-oh, somebody's in trouble, right? I think the cat knocked over the potted plant and the dog is looking at the cat saying, you're in trouble, when master comes home, okay? To be the cause of something is to be responsible for. Responsible. So, responsible. Responsible. Who is responsible for this mess? Who is responsible for breaking the pot? I think it's the cat. What do you think? Who's responsible? But sometimes, if something happens, there's an accident that happens, people will ask, who's responsible? They'll also ask another word, they'll use another word, fault, right? Fault. And when you use fault, you can say, it's my fault. If you say it's my fault, that means I am responsible. I am responsible. I am responsible. It's my fault. Whose fault is it? Who is responsible? It means the same thing. Okay. 12. Oh, Kyepchio. Maybe a little ugly, but it's very cute, right? These two dogs in a very small way. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about slightly. So these two dogs are slightly similar. I'm not really sure what we're doing with the picture here, but slightly, in a very small way. Maybe they're licking their lips slightly, all right, just a little bit, in a very small way. Slightly. If you do something, but it's not in a big way, it's in a small way, you can say slightly. Give you another example. It rains, right? Sometimes it rains heavily. really coming down. That's not slightly, it's not slightly raining, it's heavily raining. But if it's raining and just the little tiny drops are coming down, you could almost go outside without an umbrella. You won't get too wet. It's just raining slightly, just 조금, right? 조금 비와요, right? Just a little bit of rain is falling from the sky. It's slightly raining. Okay, next one. Here looks like a calendar, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Not long lasting. If something doesn't last a long time, it only lasts 1, 2, or 3 days, it doesn't last very long, depending on what it is, right? If we're sick for 3 days, we think it's a long time, but really, it's just short term, right? It's done in 3 days. It's over in a day or 3 days, right? Short term, it doesn't last very long. What's the opposite of short term? Well, of course, we would say long term, 반대로, right? Long term is the opposite, 반대로, of short term. So you can talk about something that's short term, and you can talk about something that's long term. Okay, those are opposites. 14. Now, somebody made a mistake here, right? 1 plus 1 equals 3? That's crazy. The word is defined as something that is smart and logical. We would say it's sensible, sense. It makes sense. Now, usually when we use sense in a sentence, we don't say its sense. Don't say its sense. Say it makes sense. You have to remember, use this word here. It makes sense. Don't just say its sense. No, it makes sense. Now, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't. It doesn't make, and then we use S because doesn't. It doesn't make sense. 1 plus 1 equals 3. That doesn't make sense. Okay, it's not smart. It's not logical. Okay, so when we use the word sense, we use it to describe something that's smart and logical. That makes sense. That's logical. When something is not logical, we say it doesn't make sense. Okay? Okay, next one. For the entire year, and of course, this looks like, I'm not sure, but I think it's Mount Everest in the Himalayas. And you think about Mount Everest. Whenever you think about Mount Everest, you think of snow. And it doesn't matter what time of year it is. It could even be the summertime. There's still snow in the mountains, on this mountain, because the mountain's so high. So for the entire year, we say year-round. There is snow year-round on Mount Everest. That means all year long, there is snow on Mount Everest. It's year-long. Okay, last one. According to science, this guy is very smart, right? He's doing some kind of engineering diagram. Okay? Technically, if he's doing something and he's getting into, according very specifically how it's used, technically, you could say it's according to a scientific method, according to science. It's done in a very logical or in a very detailed way, and you're breaking down all the different parts. How is each part going to work? Well, that's a technical drawing. So they've done it very technically. Now, sometimes people will use this word technically, right, adverb, to describe something exact. For example, a lot of things we just say generally, and they may not be true, right? Exactly. They might not be true in all cases. So in that case, we say, well, technically, that's not true. Technically, da-da-da-da-da. And say, okay, well, that's not the common case. Generally, it's this way. But technically, it might be a little different. Okay? So we'll see that later on in the reading passage. Okay, let's go over these words here. Let's do the exercises. Choose the word that best completes a sentence. Can you beep this math problem? So when you're looking at a math problem, sometimes math problems are difficult to understand. So we might ask our friend, can you what this math problem? Usually maybe we're looking for a word like solve or understand, right? Well, what word means that? A, behave, B, comprehend, C, orbit, and D, cover. Well, of course, we're looking for comprehend. Can you comprehend this math problem? Because comprehend means, do you understand this math problem? If you understand it, then you can solve the math problem. First, though, you need to comprehend it. You need to understand it. Once you understand it, then you can solve it, right? So, not can you behave, not can you orbit this math problem. That's weird. Can you cover this math problem? Oh, I'm afraid. Cover it, hide it, right? That's strange too. What we want is, can you comprehend this math problem? Do you understand it? Okay, next one is a command. Beep your eyes. You shouldn't see this. So if your friend says, oh, don't look, right? You want to do this to your eyes. What am I doing, right? So I cannot see something. Am I orbiting my eyes? That would be really weird, right? My eyes turn around. That's strange. Now, I'm not orbiting my eyes. Am I comprehending my eyes? Well, I understand my eyes, but I can still see. That's weird, right? We don't say that. Make your eyes. How do you make your eyes? That doesn't make sense. Cover. Cover your eyes, right? So you have a surprise. I want to surprise you. Cover your eyes. Open a surprise, right? So first, cover your eyes. That's the answer. Cover your eyes. You shouldn't see this. So you don't want somebody to see something. Cover your eyes. Okay, next one. Number 5. I have a short beep of time for lunch. So you have a certain length of time for lunch. It's a short length of time. What do we say? I have a short orbit of time. I have a short pole of time. I have a short period of time. Or I have a short cover of time. Which one sounds good? Probably you chose period. Whoa, that's too fast. Okay, but anyway, I have a short period of time. I have a short period of time for lunch. So maybe only 30 minutes. 30-minute period for lunch. Not 1 hour, just 30 minutes. So it's a short period of time. Now this one jumped up too quickly, but that's okay. The North Pole is in the Arctic. Remember we talked about pole, right? We have a North Pole and a South Pole. Those are the top and the bottom of the Earth. And the North Pole is in the Arctic. Not the North Orbit, not the North Cover, not the North Period. That's weird. But the North Pole. The North Pole is in the Arctic. Where is the South Pole? The South Pole is in the Antarctic. Antarctic, yes, if we can spell it right. Oh, yes, we did. Okay, Arctic. Okay, you can see because Arctic, you just use Arctic here, but Antarctic means the opposite, Antarctic. Okay, so Arctic, Antarctic. Okay, well that wraps it up for the vocabulary section. Next, we're going to use those words in the reading passage, so stay tuned, don't go away.